PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
Their safe laner in the mid lane on a puck, and then, for example, having a Void Spirit 4, or throwing a mid lane Venomancer into the... things like that. Void Spirit, they do end up getting rid of it. And this is what I was talking about.
Team Liquid PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
Their safe laner in the mid lane on a puck, and then, for example, having a Void Spirit 4, or throwing a mid lane Venomancer into the... things like that. Void Spirit, they do end up getting rid of it. And this is what I was talking about, right? They're just getting rid of, in this draft, heroes that can get really aggressive on the IO and potentially go for those early kills that allow you to slow down his timings, right? You've already got the Mars and the AA, you just needed a way to initiate before you've got that Blink Dagger on the Mars. So, Puck, of course, Illusory Orb, you can get that Dream Coil off. Astral Step, of course, is amazing. They just say, well, we're just going to go for an Earth Spirit instead. This is good. Thinking maybe a Storm, but...
PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
Void Spirit, they do end up getting rid of it. And this is what I was talking about, right? They're just getting rid of, in this draft, heroes that can get really aggressive...
Team Liquid PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
Their safe laner in the mid lane on a puck, and then, for example, having a Void Spirit 4, or throwing a mid lane Venomancer into the... things like that. Void Spirit, they do end up getting rid of it. And this is what I was talking about, right? They're just getting rid of, in this draft, heroes that can get really aggressive on the IO and potentially go for those early kills that allow you to slow down his timings, right? You've already got the Mars and the AA, you just needed a way to initiate before you've got that Blink Dagger on the Mars. So, Puck, of course, Illusory Orb, you can get that Dream Coil off. Astral Step, of course, is amazing. They just say, well, we're just going to go for an Earth Spirit instead. This is good. I was thinking maybe a Storm, but...
10 seconds remaining.
At least this is going to provide them with a way to be very active early on. And how do you think LGD have to combat this IO? Do they have to kind of be up in his face early before kind of the Aghanim's timing that IO really has?
Yeah, that's basically it, Get him before the... Helm of the Dom, that's going to happen every single time. But as he's building up into that Ag, sitting in the jungle, farming a little bit more... I don't want to say freely, but just sitting back and not having as big of a presence on the map, you got to make something happen. And the Earth Spirit's one of the best ways to do it. AA doesn't need to be there at the fight, so you can see him just launch out the AA Blast, and they're actually picking up the Visage themselves on LGD, so wanting to take that potential away from Cloak for a little bit.
Darkseer.
Ooh, this is something a little new. We haven't seen the Darkseer for a little while now. Picked up by Liquid. It could work.
Definitely well could. I mean, we don't really see the Darkseer, haven't really seen the Tiny as well. This is quite a quirky draft we have, and teams aren't prioritizing the Visage unless it's Team Liquid. So LGD kind of taking a page out of their book and like, you can play it, we can play it as well. Let's see if we can do it better than you.
Yeah, I mean, with the Tiny, it is something that Tiger's been picking up a little bit recently. He's had varied success on it. Perhaps Darkseer is just a direct response to the Visage. It's probably not something that Liquid were expecting them to pick up, but with that Ion Shell, you're able to chunk through those Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks pretty quickly, and then turn him into a much squishier type of hero. I think one of the benefits of the AA as well, like I was saying before, you're very item independent because of how far you typically stay away from a lot of these fights. Like his role in the game is to just make this IO in a bad and have a poor time, and then in lane, of course, you've got the Chilling Touch, which is annoying to lane against, but what that means is that you can actually go for an item like a Midas, for example, where you're going to make Io's life a little bit more difficult. If he wants to get that Helm of the Dominator creep and tether to it, it's nullified suddenly. And he's going to have to start tethering together with, the Abaddon to try and make something happen, or
5 seconds
depends what they look to opt for with this last pick that most likely is going to be the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how teams are going to start to identify a counter to the IO as we head to the later stages here of the Singapore Major, because so far this IO has reigned supreme in all the games, and we are just not really seeing a way to deal with him at the moment.
I think it's get aggressive, pick something like a Clinks, not really meta. Pick something like a Mirana and guarantee that you get the arrow off onto the creep. Easier said than done when it's so fast.
PSG.LGD's
get something like the AA, which is able, or something that can build a Midas naturally. Enigma's kind of like a half step towards it, because you can get rid of the Kobold creep, but if you get a Centaur or a Hellbear Smasher, not able to.
So what do you think we're looking for here for the last pick from either team?
Remaining.
I mean, Liquid's going to pick their mid, and I think they're just looking for that insurance
5
policy
seconds remaining.
that if they do opt to go for this Midas on the AA, they can still have a reliable mid that's doing a decent amount of damage. You can see the style of heroes that they're removing from the pool, right? Ones that just want to chase, have that extra movement and attack speed. Razor, fantastic at it. Troll Warlord as well. I think we're probably going to see a ban in that regard come out from LGD again, just targeting one of these mids that can stand and fight. And for LGD, they'll need their safe lane carry. You can see a lot of those being banned away.
Liquid's turn
What's
to
even
pick.
left? I mean, they never played the Alchemist, even though it was banned out first. Juggernaut's kind of left, I suppose. Terrible.
Yeah, especially against the Darkseer matchup. That's the question.
10
I'd say
seconds
Jug's probably the only one you can think of.
PSG.LGD.
Storm
They
Spirit.
do go a Storm Spirit.
Coiphos Storm with a Blitz combo.
You may now
There it
select
is.
your heroes.
I told you it's not in the meta, and I said probably a Chinese team is going to be the one that picks it. And,
You are not
know.
wrong at all. Yep. I mean, China loves the Clinks. These are some of the, at least the region that I think favors this hero. Of course, it's not in the meta. They don't play it much, but when they do, it seems like it is China. I know IG were playing it a decent amount at one stage. So I heard you bring this up in Capstream, that you said that the Clinks was going to be a potential way to deal with the IO teams. Had to get, crafty. And they've done it. They've got crafty. They've got the Clinks. They're taking the Visage away from Team Liquid. How do we feel heading into this draft? Who are we favoring here in this game one?
I'm liking LGD's draft. The only thing I'm being is like, a little bit is this offlane Visage, because we've got nothing to say actually playing the Mars in the mid lane against Quake for Storm Spirit. So you can actually get some pretty decent trades off before the Storm's level 6. But this is actually the first Clinks that we've seen. It's taken 3 days, but the first Clinks that we're seeing in the entire Singapore Major. 30 or so heroes still yet to be picked or banned throughout the entire. But there's a lot of Dota left. I'm sure that's going to shrink pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many do you think we're probably going to get down to roughly? Because I'm intrigued. Do it always, when you have this many teams, this many regions going head to head, people bring different ideas, different ways to play Dota, and it means they prioritize different heroes as well. $100%. Oh yeah, Lich is a hero, that's right.
Against like a Terrorblade lineup.
Tinker, I hope not. God damn that hero. That hero is filthy. Filthy hero that is, but, LGD, they got a filthy hero as well in the Visage. Man, Faith Beyond has got a quite a flexible hero pool. They're pulling out the classic here from Liquid, but this also means that Liquid, well aware of how to beat it. We're also seeing some heroes that they've been successful with in the past. The quote for Storm Spirit. It's also, you've got to keep in mind, it's one of Blitz's best and favorite heroes. So he's got that back pocket knowledge to help out. And also the IO for Mickey, which is something that they were able to help qualify with. And they're going to look to try and take this first game off the back of it as well.
Now, in very unliquid style, they're not all grouping up together to try and make something happen. 3 heroes come and look to group up at every single one of the staircases on the Radiant Tri-Camp, so a bit fortunate that they're not going to make a late rotation.
Yeah, we've kind of come to love the Liquid group up, smoke at nighttime before the bounties, and try and take the full on Brawl here, so Intrigued that they're not.
And is this just straight up the new meta, you know? Placing wards not immediately in the mid lane, just using it for the high ground. I mean, they've got the Earth Spirit Jinku that's going to be making some rotations through to try and pick off the Storm Spirit before he reaches level 6. So it's a good little bit of information to have. I don't want to say it guarantees that the ward's not going to get dewarded, but severely reduces the...
So we will see if it's going to be another successful IO or not. Mickey is going to be combined up with the Abaddon, so a lot of sustain in this lane. How about this mid matchup though? Like, this is something that Nothing to Say put out yesterday in their series versus Vici Gaming. So it's something that obviously they have shown some comfortability with. Do you think that the Mars is going to have a good time versus Storm though?
I think he is. I'm curious to see what he's going to build, right? Because typically you see someone like a Klinks go the Desolator, but if you've got the Mars around who, if it's a mid-Mars, most of the time he is building that Deso, you can go for other more, I don't want to say situational items, but you know, items that benefit not just yourself, but the whole team. So I think it's some good synergy from.
Yeah, I wonder even if he thinks about like a Your Scepter too, because I think that's one of the best ways to deal with the Storm. Easy setup, but you know, mid Mars can kind of like to go for a little bit more greedier. Yeah, he's falling incredibly low.
Ooh. Pop the Fairy Fire to live.
You already see how aggressive Xingqiu and Faith Beyond are going to be able to get in this lane versus Mickey and Insania. It is a lot of regen, so if they can, you know, get rid of that early on, they're going to feel pretty comfortable. But as soon as Liquid hit the level 2, they're the ones actually moving LGD back in this lane.
They're feeling a lot more confident about it because you only get 2 Soul Assumption uses and then you just can't use a third. It costs a lot, even at that level 1. So any chance that they get to try and go on to Faith Beyond, he's only got the 0 armor, it's going to be taken. Good positioning by him to make sure that doesn't happen.
And Body's quite the mess at the moment. You see that Tiger's pulled the creeps all the way back. Even Boxy is trying to pull the creeps as well here. So is this just too difficult of a lane for Boxy to go head to head versus the Klinks?
A little bit, right? Like you're constantly having to deal with those searing arrows harassing you. You don't have the potential to just stay in lane, put multiple ion shells out, because they're just going to get dealt with and all of your farming capabilities are gone. We've seen the likes of Ice whenever he plays the Darkseer actually leveling up the Vacuum level 1 just to get that guaranteed 100 damage onto the range creep, but didn't opt to. You always need to be a little bit cautious of all this damage coming out as well, you know. AA, with that chilling touch and the searing arrows, is able to do a lot on his own.
Top lane, Insania. When you did the Soul Assumption come to level 2 as well for the Faith Beyond Visage, it will be able to have an immense amount of cast range on it, but Insania keeps his life. And they actually got Tiger cutting through with the Avalanche Toss. Xingqiu will still end up falling here.
He's going to go for a bit of a lane cut here. Has to be careful though. He doesn't have enough for the Ion Shell and the Surge, so he's just going to try and pull the wave. Nice response there from Innocence though, making sure at least he gets the small camp pull off. Going in deep onto Kuiper, catches him.
Mid lane, Kuiper. Kick back, Tiger's coming over. Is Tiny going to get there in time? He does. Kuiper keeps alive and able to toss back. Kuiper, he's got the Vortex to keep Nothing to Say underneath the tower with the spear missing. It's going to mean that the Mars will pay the price as Liquid, great rotations, Tiger wrapping through, even bringing in Senya just in case.
Yeah.
Set double damage.
Oh, nicely done by Xingqiu. The only way that could have gone, well, if they got that rune and they were able to refill the Storms bottle when Insania came in, couldn't have gone much better.
Boxy's able to dive incredibly deep. Once again, now the spear's going to end up missing, and Boxy just surges away. So, great from the Darkseer. Use that glyph aggressively so he could dive the Klinks, forces the TP rotation from Nothing to Say, and like, he's really going to suffer with that death and then missing a lot out of the mid lane.
Sit in this lane, and as a Tiny, all you really want is levels. Like, last hits are a bonus.
and he's actually going to have a super early Tranks as well. So that's going to enable Tiny to make these rotations to a lot of the lanes. Top, Xinkyu. End up falling the last click from Mickey. Not enough damage here, but you do see Tiger looking to cut on through. If he kept going on the high ground, he would have found a kill on the Earth Spirit, but instead, we'll get a more valuable target in the position 3.
He's even looking for the next one. I mean, the fact that he's there kind of forces Xinkyu to take that bounty rune because, you know, ideally you want to be able to refill the bottle, but so much of a bigger threat. This is up the ward. You know he's hanging around.
Should see that he placed the ward. Yeah, the pings come through from Arme. So that's going to be de-warded pretty fast here from LGD, but this is scary, like you highlighted. The Tiny's a hero that just needs levels to have impact, and the fact that he's also got gold as well is really going to enable his movements across the map. I mean, could have trains completed and 600 gold in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, he's got him completed. He's just not wanting to go all in onto it. He wants that regen when he needs it. Save the body blocks.
Nice spear away, but it means Quaif is still able to stay on top of the Mars, and this Storm Spirit has enough damage with the help of Tiger. 4 kills to start for Liquid. A great laning stage.
This is what I love seeing about Liquid. They just work together so well. Look at this body blocks.
Oh, Liquid are actually so good. This is a team you can always love to watch. The plays high caliber from the boys, but Xinkyu's going to come on over. Unfortunately, will not be successful. Tiger has been involved in 5 out of the 6 kills right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
Tiger, one of the best
is under
roaming
attack.
supports in the world. He's not selfish in the slightest. He will give away his own game if it means that it's going to be a good one for Poiktra and Mickey. And you can just see what all that pressure does. It brings, like we were saying before, Xinkyu to that lane. So what does that mean? Free lane for Mickey. He's just
Radiant's
farming
bottom
away.
tower is under
Very
attack.
close to picking up that Helm of the Dominator. Only 600 gold. And a few camps have been stacked up for him as well.
Are you a bit worried that the Visage hasn't had a strong lane as well in the 18 last hits right now for Faith Beyond?
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those heroes that needs to
Radiant's bottom tower
not necessarily snowball, and wow, the fact that Boxy's actually able to take the T1 tower bottom as a Darkseer against this Pinks is really nice for him. Level 7 versus the level 5 on Army.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I guess that helps with, you know, they didn't really have, the position 5 couldn't stop the Darkseer from pulling successfully, so he constantly was at least getting waves, and then got to the stage where he could farm up the neutral camps as well. So now Boxy with a big advantage here, and this is going to be combined up, you know, level 4 in the Iron Shell, and you're also going to enable the Tiny with that Surge. So this is going to be a lot of early game pressure that Team Liquid can pull out here.
I honestly can't pick a mistake that Liquid have made so far this game. They have been next to flawless, just from their positioning in lane, like Mickey body blocking a few stuns, otherwise they would have given up first blood with Insania dying. The mid lane rotations, the fact that Tiger was able to leave the lane makes such a big impact with Boxy not dying, and they're just going to get another kill onto Innocence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no, at least they might get their first kill of the game on Mickey, I say that.
Dire's
Great
turret
positioning with the Helm Dom, Mickey flies on through. And we've already seen previously Mickey was able to go back to the jungle and work with Insanio to be able to take the stack. And this is just a team that thrives on finding stacks. And with Radiant, you're not having the greatest laning stage. It's really going to limit how aggressive they can get to take away the stacks from Team Liquid.
Going to try and make something happen on Insanio. Not level 6 just yet. It'll be a rotation. He's only at a position 5 at the end of the day.
He's going to have shield up in a couple seconds, but man, he's getting absolutely no help at all. Looks like Dire are content with letting the Abaddon lose his life. The relocate's now actually going to come through as even Tiger sweeping on the back. So they want to punish the overstep from LGD with a toss back. Nothing to say, just gets evaporated. Now Faith Beyond is going to be the next target as well. Tiger runs straight into Armade. Nice use the familiars from Faith Beyond. He's got a lot of damage to come through from the Soul Assumption as well. So 2 will fall from Liquid. Boxy one more right click. It's okay.
Just gets away and gets the full Hooded Defiance delivered, so a lot more HP regen for him. Not using the Helm of the Dominator just yet before that fight, was tethered together with Tiger, but you can see now, ever since that Clinks is around, you just want to book it, basically, as that IO. You do not have much protection at all for your Kobold Foreman.
I will say that Arme is doing very well with the net worth. 64 last hits, and even though he was kind of pushed back to the jungle a bit early, having a good game on the Clinks so far. But is this kind of more of a slower pace carry right now with how the Clinks plays in the meta?
It's a little slower. I think it needs to, like, it can't do anything just on its own. Like, sure, you can kill supports, but that doesn't actually change much in terms of the game state. Saying it being nice and cheeky, just taking it away from him. Even getting that courier. They've scattered out a couple of these stacks as well, so it might even look to make an engagement here.
Mid lane, DD, nothing to say. Gonna miss the God's Rebuke to stop the zip, and Quickfire with the help of the double damage room. The arena blocks the right clicks, and they won't be able to push on for more, but Liquid got to be careful now. The LGD thinking about mounting their own response, but this is just answers on answers. With people coming mid, it's freeing up the map for Mickey, who is getting so much farm. Yeah, the DD gonna come into play. Mars still force here. That is the 4th death game here for nothing to say, and he's really having a tough time.
They smoked right underneath the ward though, so they know they're going to keep trying to be aggressive. Maybe heading towards this area that they saw the stack, but Army's been able to clear that out in time. What I was saying before about really not being able to make much happen on your own, I feel like it's just about these timings syncing up with the Desolator and the Yule Scepter on the Mars and the Clinks, because that is a ton of burst damage. Oh, speaking of burst, he's probably dead.
Tigers might get bursted down by himself with Faith Beyond Soul Assumption. Unable to get the range, so Tiger protected thanks to the surge, but nothing to say is trying to sweep one over. Phase, Windlace, not enough movement speed to catch up here. LGD very much suffering across the map. As we highlighted, they need to do something to limit the IO. But Mickey's free farming right now. He's already got one component working on the Aghanims. But looks like this is going to be how LGD want to play it. Get one tower to the next. They can't even do that.
Good way to defend. Boxy, he's even confident enough with that Hood of Defiance just to throw his body in the way.
I love how Liquid are playing, well aware that they have a lineup capable to be able to keep these towers alive, and it's just limiting what LGD can do right now. Like, high-level teams are so good at making sure they keep any tower alive. It does not matter what it is.
Invisibility.
Still about 2,000 or so gold away for Nothing to Say is yours, and similar sort of thing for the Clinks with his Desolator. So you would think Clinks is able to farm that up a little bit quicker given the priority that they're giving him towards this safe farm, but it's decent signs for LGD. The big question is, I mean, they've been able to do nothing against Mickey's Eye. He is just sitting back in this triangle. He might be moving towards his own jungle a little bit. There's really not many other places that he can farm, but once you've got those items, Mickey will have his, you know, so it's, and he'll probably have it a little sooner, to be honest. The Innocence, it's 13 minutes as he's only just going to get that AA blast. So that's going to be a big factor for a lot of these fights if they are trying to turn things around, but still, very slow going for a lot of it.
They don't have the greatest setup for the AA blast, that's the only issue. Like, the Mars Arena, yes, but apart from that, like, familiar stuns, not for too long of a duration. I mean, 1.5 maxed out. The Earth Spirit roll is only 1 second, so you're going to have to be really fast.
I'd say.
Boxy, they're going to try. There we go. Boxy's got the surge movement speed. A long zip in from Koifer as well, but now with the counter. Liquid, instantly with the rebuttal, comes with the relocate, and all the goons show up as Liquid. Woo, they're going to make sure that no brother is left behind.
You think they took that Thunder Predator loss personally? Because
Oh yeah, they did. They came out and they're like, absolutely no chance. Like, we are going to put a mark on this game. I mean, they did 2-0 LGD in the wild card, and they're just looking to continue to remain undefeated versus LGD.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty decent thing to have on your resume.
Oh yeah.
LGD, absolutely no slouches themselves, but with
Another
that,
DD.
With that gank squad coming through, only 350 gold away from Mickey. Importantly, it was Ame that was one of those deaths, so he's about 1,300 behind that before he picks up his Desolator, and about 3 or 4 levels.
It's been a filthy game one here for Team Liquid. 6,000 net worth lead. Everything is looking in their favor as they're still getting closer and closer to the timings, and this tier 1 tower top is still alive somehow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, we see that like LGD have been looking to try and group up and kind of finally put a dent in Liquid, but you know the mechanism really they haven't utilized its early bonus for LGD.
Dire's
And there's the
middle
Ags.
tower is
Oh
under
boy.
attack.
Oh boy. Right on the 15-minute runes as well, so they're like, okay, we'll kill one. Sure, you can
Tiger's gonna blink. Walk it out. Arena in the choke point, but they're gonna try and jump the Clinks at the moment. Nice hunt from Xingqiu. But Mickey, he comes to party as the IO shows up. The extra help with the protection of the tether. They're gonna be able to turn in up the box as well. Boxy. And he's going to get some distance here as Liquid do lose the Tiny. They're going to be careful now because the relocate away. They didn't actually bring Wem from the IO, but Quafer got a little bit of mana still to utilize, gets his zip away, and Senya's like, take me, I'm the sacrifice, but unfortunately, they're able to cut on through. Quafer's still wanting to man fight, but he's completely on a mana. Mickey's able to show up once again, but have they gone a little bit too greedy here because LGD show up. Mickey trying to clean up though. Armor's going to fall. Nothing to save the next target. They don't have the control right now. But there we go. Tiger, after the death, is able to rejoin them. They're hunting for more as well. Mickey got the ball, slapping him down. He's also got that 15 talent to help with the chase here.
It's nice and balanced. Is Tiger going to make this dive? He's got Blink Dagger in a couple seconds though. He's just going to, I was about to say, settle for one of the familiars. He ends up backing off. But man, that's the other part of the... Now they're still going in.
Oh wow. Insenya's still in the area. He should tick out here. Couple seconds, especially with that last right click. So, LGD get a couple kills.
Radiant's top tower is under
With
attack.
the laning stage, with the Abaddon just being able to spam out the miscoil onto the IO, just keep both of them relatively healthy, but you just saw that in team fights. He just gets that borrowed time, and it forces them to not hit anyone, because, you run the risk. You've got an okay amount of AoE damage here with the mines, with
Middle
the
tower is
contribution.
under attack.
Thought there was going to be more kill than that, but they just toss back Xingqiu. Mickey's still hunting though. Really nice use of the illusion from the Storm Spirit actually to get rid of the silence that the Earth Spirit had the extra control over. And Tiger, he wants blood. The Surge enabling. Gonna toss him back straight to Mickey. Tiger is playing this game incredibly well. I am absolutely mind blown at the Tiny performance right now. This is a hero that we don't see a whole lot. It definitely, that nerf to the Avalanche toss combination did very much impact him. But Tiger's looking like he wasn't nerfed at all.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You can't nerf the player. You can nerf the game, but if you've got a great player, it doesn't mean much of anything. You're going to make a bit of a play onto Insania, but again, it's a 5 Abaddon. Who cares? Alright, so at least now, they've got their Yule Scepter on the Mars, they've got their Desolator now on Arme's Plinks. If they're able to make anything happen with it, I'm sure they would love to have that level 12 on the Mars, just so that there's that little bit of a shorter cooldown. Like, he's looking pretty healthy here, and they don't exactly have any way to silence him immediately.
See how fast they can be on the disengage with the relocate. I think that's going to be really important against the Mars Spear into the Ice Blast, and even Arme just getting that burst potential as well. So LGD have the capability to maybe get one hero down incredibly fast, but what more can they get after that?
Just a nice casual arcane rune for Koifu.
He's been getting a lot of good runes this game.
Seeing some of these nice neutral items start to come out as well.
Are scanning.
Liquid with the full kit. They're going to look to try and find Innocence here. Will he be able to get out in time?
Oh, unfortunate.
Tiger just yoinks that with the tree throw.
He's the
He
carry.
deserves it.
Yeah.
I mean, 19 kills and he's been a part of 17 of them. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he really set them up through a strong early game to now continue looking to control the mid game here. Mid game
Is under attack.
looks like he just needs the recipe for the
Dire's middle
BKB.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, how do you feel like... I was going to say, how do you feel like LGD are going to be able to fare as this game goes late? Because it definitely feels like the Visage is a hero that falls off, and that's where Clinks can kind of thrive, though.
Yeah, Visage falls off. AA is still going to have a decent level of impact. Kind of the same with Earth Spirit. Like, he's going for this Spirit Vessel, but realistically, for what purpose? You're going to have
I might break it off. Space beyond. Radiant were on the position on the higher ground, but Mickey just with the BKB wants to move aggressive. They drop the arena in a really good spot. So it's only Mickey and Storm Spirit that can follow up with the zip. Quafer's still got some mana to utilize. Goes on, beats the tier 2 tower up. Nothing to say, now getting slacked down. Tiger's even got the extra help with the damage, but it's not enough. Nothing to say, pushes him away. The miscoil Insania. This Abaddon is just moving forward without a care in the world.
Dire's structures.
Really nice silence coming there from Jinku, preventing the toss combination, but I mean, you can't stop this Abaddon. He's way too fast. That miscoil range is very nice. Yeah, it just feels like they're taking total control of this game. Like, it was a good zoning arena, but I feel like you need the arena that's actually going to catch multiple people, and I'm not sure if dropping it while the IO's already used the, Ame's dead, while he's already used the BKB is going to be that impactful. Same sort of thing with the Spirit Vessel on Jin-Q, right? I feel like you need to go something different, considering you didn't absolutely body the laning step.
Stupendous!
Yeah. Vessel is not going to be impactful against this IO, because he's just going to BKB. And you've got an Abaddon as well that's going to Phonics shield it off.
Yeah, so far the Clinks just has not been the answer to the IO core, unfortunately, and looks like it might still continue to reign supreme as they've got a 15,000 net worth lead 21 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, to me it felt like, yes, Ame was doing a pretty good job at farming, but when you're playing this Clinks, you need to be playing a lot more active than he was, right? You're never going to farm as fast as a position 1 IO is, just because you've got these consistent orbs flying around. It's not like they blow up when they hit neutral creeps. Maybe that's a way to nerf it, but kill the hero though. But you get a lot of your gold from heroes, and I feel like you just didn't use some of that potential that you've got, maybe rotating up towards the top side with Faith Beyond. That Soul Assumption, just a few right clicks with the Searing Arrows might have been enough to take out a few of these liquid heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And you've even got the level 20 now. 22 minutes in, level 20 IO. He's got the Vambrace, he's got the BKB, he's got the Ags.
Tower is under attack.
He's even got a Sange coming out to it. Come on.
Dire are scared.
Boy, hey, just can't hide. They're everywhere, Liquid, constantly finding the heroes, making it so difficult to push out the map here.
I mean, what can you do? Where can you farm, realistically? Liquid have completely taken over your tri-cam. You don't want to contest into it at all. Roxy is being pretty non-committal, like you haven't lost any towers, so he can just TP straight back to the mid lane if he needs to.
Zanio, gotta be careful. Ultimate's gonna get popped. Ame on the back line as well, but Ame's falling incredibly low with the BKB. Mickey's able to man fight, gets a 4-star away for the Vortex. Locks in the Clinks. Quafer's still gonna try and chase on 4, but doesn't have the mana. Dire, they've lost 1. Tiger's still gonna be able to at least get the catch onto Xin-Q. Hasn't been able to disengage along with the rest of the team here, so a 1-for-1. Do see both supports dying there.
Just plays so well together on Liquid, right? Like, the reason ZQ was diving that deep is that he wanted to get the secondary kill onto Tiger, who's been having an amazing game so far, but you don't need this Helm of the Dominate creep. You could just have the IO TP into you, use his stick charge, and suddenly you're good to go. Especially with that Sange being used as well, the self-HP regen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, definitely a nice item to be able to utilize for that IO. And still one more blood, man. They are not going to give LGD any breathing room at all. As even Ame is going to be careful right now. If a ball gets slapped on over, then they're going to be aware of the positioning.
Well, he death pacted the Helm of the Dom creep, which is annoying, but Helm of the Dom is up in 1 second. So he's not really going to... And of course, there's a cup guy over to the right.
Oh, yes.
Don't kill it by accident.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now look at him. 590. Zoom. I want to put some emphasis on the Abaddon positioning this game as well. I think Zanya's done a great job with the kind of playing super far in the front line and allowing the vision for Tiger to get the correct jump, even the vision for Quafer to find who he wants to jump on and use all the mana to bring down at the start of the fight.
Just everything is right this game. The itemization, the timings, the rotations, the team play. It's all good.
There has not been an answer so far here from LGD.
Dire's top tower is
And the
under
cute little
attack.
snag of the Visage is not going to do that for them. I mean, they're down 16,000 gold. Yeah, the probability is 98% as well. So it's not looking like an easy one to come back, but LGD are going to still try. The issue is they are so far behind in net worth, and they have the capability. This is the thing about the Ancient Apparition, though. You have the capability to be able to burst one hero down, but you need that lockdown to set up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like if it's, an AA and an Enigma, for example, you can, because you're locking them down in one spot, you're getting a Midnight Pulse off, you're doing some percentage-based damage, everyone's favorite thing, but realistically, you've only got that with a Spirit Vessel, and touched on before why that isn't that amazing this game. Honestly, almost every IO game, it's not that great, but especially with an Abaddon, it's almost useless.
Foxy's even got the Aghanims completed as well. So we're going to see that normal punch come through now for the Darkseer.
Oh no, that's the shard. It's just extra Ion Shell, extra HP.
Oh, yeah, sorry, looking at the wrong thing.
I mean, he's just sitting around on this bot side. He just used his Death Pact. So they're just worried about keeping these lanes shoved in. I wonder if they ever are going to go for a Roche attempt. I mean, that is one area they could potentially come unstuck, right? You've got the Wall of Replica, which is always going to be really effective, but, Clinks, as I say, you might have the Burning Army. No, he only just finishes up his BKB, but you've still got the Arena, you've still got Earth Spirit that's able to fight in that area, and the AA Blast as well. Familiars not going to be doing a lot of damage, I think, because they're just going to be scouting out this Roche.
Visage doesn't get clicked on the tree, and now Tiger actually tosses back the Mars away from the rest of the team. LGD, they need to come in the air to be able to protect the Mars, but there's no answer. Once again, Liquid reigns supreme in the team fight. We've got to be careful. BKB pop out of mana here, so they're going to try and roll. Whoa, the timing! BKB expires now. Quifa, although he's protected with the surge. The Avatos Tiger! That's too much damage, and Liquid are all too much for LGD to handle. They find 3. They want more blood as well. Army does. BKB's out. Will now expire. Tiger's gonna have a blink up in a couple seconds, and with the ball getting the vision, they will fall. 4 down for LGD. It was a cute timing there of the roll, but did not matter. Perfect positioning from the Darkseer. Surges out of the AA Blast area, and Liquid looking to continue to end this game 1 here.
I mean, even just that, right? You have Insania on the high ground. It's nothing like game-breaking with what they're doing exactly. They're just playing excellently as a team.
Tower is under attack.
The relocate attempt. See you later, Innocents.
It now has to be said that when is the IRO going to get banned out? Like, LGD, they've shown as well that they are very confident with playing it. They put it in both their games against Vici Gaming, so they are incredibly confident, but they left it in the pool. Yes, they did ban out some of the heroes that that Liquid thrive with, but I'm thinking about next game. I'm excited to see who has first pick overall, because Liquid are a team who very much prioritize Dire and very much prioritize 24th pick for Quifa. But now how's Insania? Getting shredded apart here, but Armin's tossed outside the base with the BKB going to get popped. Arena, Tiger stuck in. They still have that Iron Shell, a little bit of extra health, nothing to say. Nice use in the back. Going to drag him outside the base. He's trying to protect himself with the Bulwark along with the Essence Ring. Mars backing up with the Moonwalk. He's actually okay. So they get the kill on the Tiny. Liquid might look to reset here.
It's not the end of the day. End of the world, sorry. You've got just a support going down. It was a good choice. I think you do need to commit quite heavily onto Insania just to make sure that borrowed time is expended, because outside of him you don't really have any ways to take him out. Even then, he's a position 5 support.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Once Mickey gets level 25, it'll become a lot easier, right? He's already got the Reaver coming out to him now. And yeah, he's got borrowed time again.
And Army's doing a lot of physical damage at the moment, Mickey. And they're locking down, they cannot. Gets the tether away. Army's going to try and deal with Insania, but he does have No protection. Power time on cooldown. Mikle, where's the help of the extra team? Silence is there, but he's still got the Aegis along with the BKB. They're actually going to try and look to man fight here as Koifa zip in, close the distance. Meanwhile, through the mid lane as well, they're zoning out Arme, but Tiger's got the jump straight on top of the Ancient Apparition. The Mars as well, dropping the arena. But there's nothing they can do right now from PSG.LGD. 2 will fall though. Arme finds the Storm Spirit. His damage is starting to pick up as Liquid lose 3.
It's still, you know, for LGD, they're going to be feeling somewhat happy about that, but at the end of the day, XP change basically equal, gold change basically equal, and that just brings Io closer and closer to that heart. He's the last one dying, so it's kind of a blessing in disguise, right? He's almost got his level 25, so we talked about those challenges that they might have when they try and push that high ground. Well, if you've got the attack tethered allies target, then you can just still stick Insania on the front lines, stay at safety, but still actually siege. Even you can see here buying the Tome of Knowledge on Mickey to make sure he gets it ASAP. Agree, little ball.
Yeah, that indeed is. I've Storm Spirit for another 5 seconds. They know exactly where Army is because the ballers have got a sentry on the high ground as well. Army doesn't want to pop the BKB for this. He doesn't even have it up. Still on cooldown. And Army's positioning. He's going to get punished there. Okay, now relocates for the heart and go time. They've still got the Aegis for another minute and 10 seconds here. So they might think about going high ground knowing that Army's down for 50 seconds and he doesn't have buyback. Over 350 gold. I don't
know if they know that.
Radiant's middle tower
Wasn't like Walk is going to be effective for getting that little bit of extra burst, but look at how much easier this is than the siege. Just when you've got that Curse of Avernus on the tower, it's attacking the target as well. Crazy amount of damage. See you later, birds.
Radiant's middle tower.
See you later, tower. See you later, objectives. I'm going to see you later, LGD in this game 1. 29,000 net worth lead. There's nothing they can do to mount a defense. And Tiger gets the toss away. Now with yours going to try and kite this arena dropped on him. Icebot's still going to try and find the connection. The only way OGD are going to be able to win this fight is with immense amount of buybacks forced out. But still, there's no control. This Liquid able to reset. Tiger gets back to safety. And they can heal him back up after the Ancient Apparition Blast expires. One full set of racks going to get claimed here. Arme back alive though. That's the big thing. Let's see what he's able to dish out for this team fight. But you know the arena's on cooldown. But all the damage is coming through right now for the Clinks. Roll in. Shinkyu finds the arrow. Avac on 3. Boxy. Great use of the ability to zip in. Clover. BKB popped as well. It's just way too much for them to handle. Arme pops the BKB, but it will not matter. Dire able to go through this with ease. Liquid. Find 3. The buyback on the Mars. But without the buyback on Clinks, that's the one that matters. And they call it. This one's over.
You can see why it was a little bit beyond reproach what they were able to do, and yeah, I mean, everything worked together. I feel like this is
PSG.LGD's turn to pick.
Which has had an incredible win percentage so far for Liquid.
Yeah, the one little, I suppose, bonus that you could see for LGD is I don't think they had any game on in the first time.
Which has had an incredible win percentage so far for Liquid.
Yeah, the one little, I suppose, bonus that you could see for LGD is I don't think they had any game on in the first time slot. So they were able to watch their upcoming opponents in Liquid, and they would have seen Mickey played 2 games of Puck, and Thunder Predator beat it twice. So if they were watching, they would have maybe picked out a couple of things there, and what are we oohing about?
The fact that Mickey lost on Puck in those games.
Twice. And
that's crazy.
Also, speaking of Thunder Predator, we
don't tell me they won another game.
Yeah, they have beaten Alliance in game 1, so do not sleep on SA Dota. This group stage just got a lot interesting because a lot of people were saying, well, only one team gets eliminated, it's going to be the South American team. I know, they've already got 3 wins on the board, so it's looking good.
5 seconds
LGD,
remaining.
they're opening up with the Earth Spirit. Again, I don't think Jinku was the issue. I thought his spellcasting was great. I thought his timings were good. It was just a matter of perhaps a little bit of a wrong choice in terms of the itemization. I think if he just went straight first item BKB, he would have been much more effective that game compared to the Urn that he went, which realistically doesn't do anything against the kind of lineup that Liquid had. This is basically a carbon copy of the draft that Liquid were going in some of the
Yeah, why do you think Liquid are one of the teams that put a lot of emphasis on the Crystal Maiden? Because we don't see some of the other teams have as much value for this hero, so why do you think Liquid kind of do?
5 seconds
I think it just depends what kind of game style that you're looking to do, right? Like, I think you'll very rarely see Liquid pick a Crystal Maiden when you've got this IO draft, when you're just wanting to sit back and farm in the jungle for like that 5 to 8 minute period on the IO. This time around, you're a pup. You're wanting to get up in their face all the time, and they're going to pick other heroes that are enabled to do that. And then, even if it does still become this all-out brawl into the mid to late stages, once you hit that level 15, you've got that aura talent that gives 6% or 10% magic resist against for the entire team as long as you're alive. It's just these little increments that enable you to be much more of a consistent fighting team. And I think it's good that Liquid just doesn't have this one style. It's varied across the board. It's always great to see.
And we're going to see LGD going back for the Mars again. Nothing to say. Very much struggled on this hero in game 1. Now, this was their answer, though, to the puck that was picked up from Vici Gaming in yesterday's series. Nothing to say. Absolutely destroyed Ori's puck. So we'll see if this is going to be a similar answer.
What it also does is it makes you not as much want to pick a ranged core as well. So if you're going something like a Mars and you've already got like 2 stuns and a silence right now, so Weaver is oftentimes something that they've gone with Liquid. They're just banning out essentially what they never pick. They never want to play against Alchemist. They never want to play against the Morphling. It wouldn't surprise me to see them go something like... I mean, the Venomancer is still in the pool. They do pick that to complement.
Yeah, Liquid like the Venom a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
It's actually pretty decent this game, honestly, but I'm thinking in support world, so it's not as good, right? Against a Mars, it's incredibly effective because you can get really aggressive on him super early into the laning stage when he might be a bit squishier, but CM kind of accomplishes the same thing, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them bring out something like, I don't know, a Monkey King or a Troll right now on Team Liquid.
PSG.LGD's turn to pick.
Tiger Willow, huh?
Very squishy lineup that Liquid have right now. We're going real quick, alright. Troll combo. Well, LGD have not banned out any of Koifa's cheese heroes, and they don't have 24th pick. So if Liquid are going to pick something for Koifa, it's probably now into then protecting it with their last 2 bans.
5 seconds remaining.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, Huskar's not horrible this game. You know, the disarm against the Mars and the Troll is pretty decent. It's just a matter of actually surviving in team fights once that's all expended. So, probably not the best. Invoker might not be too bad. What else I mean, to be fair, it's probably not going to be a mid lane hero anyway, right? Because it's Mickey.
Yeah.
90% going to be playing the puck in that. So when that happens, we oftentimes even see Boxy playing the I mean, do they have a lot of ways to deal with split push? I guess they kind of do. Like the things like Lycan are in the pool,
what I was
which
thinking.
is very much a possibility. Yeah,
Mars is one of the better ways. I think better offlaners to deal with the Lycan. Control seems alright.
Pango, huh? I mean, they have to fight on the straight up.
Yeah.
Like, if you take your foot off the pedal at all, you are going to lose this game. So it's just up to them if they're able to do that. You know, you can itemize with the Pangolier. I feel like they've got enough team fight control, so you probably don't need something like the Blink Dagger on the Pango. I think you could look to go into an earlier than usual basher, so that then you can perhaps get an Abyssal and have that BKB piercing stun when LGD are wanting to. Oftentimes when you pick up your first BKB, you don't save for the buyback. They could use that to take some valuable objectives, hopefully for their case, a Rax. We also get to see this Puck Willow combo, right? Coil, Terrorize, snap, 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 tons of damage.
PSG.LGD turn to ban.
Now, what are we thinking about LGD, though? Because they're looking for their position 2. Do you think...
2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3. Honestly, I like the Mars mid matchup a lot versus Puck, because Puck's very low armor, and we've seen that Nothing to Say is highly capable of going in that matchup, so they've got the flexibility. This is a nice thing, LGD having this ultra last pick, put the Mars in the 2 or the 3 role, so now it's really on Liquid to show their cards here.
What can they really play that, I suppose, slows down Team Liquid a little bit? You know, what is capable of having some of these counter initiations? The Sand King's still in the pool. They're just looking at stuff that's able to push lanes really quickly with these last 2 bans on Liquid's side, with the Bat Rider, the Beastmaster's taken out. Sand King's not horrible, you know, it gives them another stun. You're able to disrupt a lot of what they're trying to do. You're able to catch the puck potentially and chain that into a root with the Oracle. Yeah, I like the Bloodseeker ban because, like I said, Liquid are just going to be getting hyper-aggressive.
Monkey King.
They end up going the Monkey King. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of what I was thinking, right? It's going to be a position 1 Monkey King with a Crystal Maiden. CM kind of fulfills the same role as any other slow hero does, right? In that you can get on a Mars super early, just get that... might even go an Orb of Corrosion, as opposed to just full farming builds on the MK, just so that they can make this Mars essentially not...
5 seconds remaining.
Is Viper in the pool?
Hi there.
Choose your hero.
Good, man.
Done the homework. It's... I mean, you want a ranged hero for the Monkey King. And it's Faith Beyond loves this hero as well. Now you got a ranged melee classic for the lane. And Monkey's not going to feel the prowess that he usually has against melee matchup. So...
But then you just see what happens, right? They've got Quakefa. I wonder if they're going to shift these lanes around. Like, could Mickey just go into the off lane, the side lane, and then they just put Quakefa mid against the Mars, and they're like, all right, sure, we'll do it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up next. Do you think there's a possibility that Mickey can lane versus the Viper?
More so than the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a tough matchup here. But you know, with the draft now set, how are we feeling about this second game? Liquid looking to try and get that 2-0 victory. LGD looking to try and find their first victory against Team Liquid.
Well, I'm thinking that I hate that Viper skin. Turtle is just...
It's disgusting. And it's disgusting.
Nice hat on the troll, though. Little... It feels like it would fit something like a Legion Commander a little bit better, no? Gladiator-style helmet. Or is it like a Scorpion Stinger? I don't know.
Looks like a bit of a Scorpion Stinger. He's decked out. He's decked out, at least.
That is true. A lot of the Chinese fans definitely do gift a lot of the really expensive cosmetics over to their pro players.
That would be an icing. I'm sure they'd love that. So yeah, how are we feeling heading into this second game? Is there a team you're favoring right now?
I just want to see how these lanes do match, because I feel like it's going to be musical chairs going on. Faith Beyond looks like he's just going into the side lane. It's going to be nothing to say playing the mid. They don't have that capability to swap around as much as we were thinking. And
getting better.
Quaker's actually playing in this safe lane, so they're going to lane the monkey into the Viper.
I didn't see that.
Surprising, but maybe just attempting a tri-lane perhaps at the very start to make sure you can at least get a little bit of farm up on him.
That's definitely how you shut down the Viper. That's something we saw a decent amount, I think early when we were doing the Pro Series a while ago, that the Viper was getting picked up a lot in Southeast Asia, and teams were tri-laning, getting kills early, and it really shut down that early aggression and lane dominating factor that the Viper King had. Because when you get, level 3, level 5, you just ramp up with the extra points in the poison attack. So Liquid need to make sure they're able to recognize this and put some pressure on Faith Beyond.
30 seconds to battle.
They just get a lane ward down here on Tiger, just trying to find any sort of odd positioning that might be coming out. Backstab going here. They might even just stay in the trees the entire time. It'll be a 3v3 matchup, so you want to be here if Innocence decides to join in on this. They know that their bounty rune isn't under any sort of threat. See 3 runes potentially going their way. No, Ame, he backs off, allows Boxy.
We have a 2-for-2 to start with the runes here, and we see that Liquid actually going to continue to hold Tiger up in the trees. So along with LGD, they've also got 3 heroes at the moment, so we might have a pretty early brawl.
See, Tiger, he'll have full knowledge of this, the fact that Innocence is still here because of that deep ward. Hiding off to this, I'm hoping that he hasn't gone looking through the trees for him. They spotted out though, you just think about these abilities at level 1 though. Crystal Nova, fantastic tri-lane. So much effective damage as that Crystal Blade, and actually see the TP come down here from Innocence, and they might have seen that. But Tiger, he's also gone and joined it. Not going to be a huge loss for either.
Back off.
They do pick the level 2 up here pretty soon for Monkey. They might push Faith Beyond back, but it's actually LGD that hits there too, so Insania kind of has to be careful with the positioning. We'll take a look down Boxy with the help of Tiger up against the Troll Warlord and the Oracle. We see the Pangolier pretty constantly against the Troll matchup. Do you think the supports are going to be able to offset this though?
Not necessarily, right? Like, even with the Oracle, you can't really do much against the disarm that's coming through from him. Sure, you can make him live a little bit longer, but I think that's really what was the thinking behind this Pango. Deal with a troll in that way. Delay the game out that tiny bit.
Yeah.
So, I think if Tiger was still on this top side, they might have gone for the Frostbite, given that he's got the 3 mangoes on Insania. Solid kill potential with a CM at level 2, but considering they don't really have the same type of kill threat, just opts to go for the Arcane Aura. Assist his other DK. Having a pretty good time in this mid lane so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. 12 last hits compared to the 8 right now, and nothing to say. See how the Mars is going to end up faring. I mean, Puck, you see only 2 armor, so when nothing to say can get that God's Rebuke, he's actually able to put 2 points up in it right now, considering not going to be too easy to get the spear connection without a good setup.
And pre-bottle, you're not in a position to be spamming out that spear, so it's not the 1 point in the pole war.
I think he did the same thing last game as well. Just that value point for his turn and make sure you get hit from the front.
It can't help with just, griefing some of the last hits as well, right? Redirects it to yourself. You get the 9 instead, but so far, Gaben's been favouring Mickey.
Don't mind me.
Oh, rolling onto the top lane. Spot out Insania.
Viper, he's got 2 points up in the poison attack, so the spike coming through. Now GD going to use this to their advantage, even using the urn for the early aggression. The Tiger TP rotation. They want to try and punish the deep attempt there from LGD. The Shadow Realm damage, not enough. That Tango ticking through. Xinkyu keeps his life. Does unfortunately box his solo, but they're actually going to bring the Crystal Maiden down to the bottom side. And Armin might be in trouble. Boxy's got another round of the Swashbuckler. A little bit of evasion's going to help out. Why even wrapping on over? Fortune's End, not enough. Insania brings down one. They even got the extra control. So why? Coming on over. Ooh, not enough. Okay. Can't get a car either? Can't do that one either. But that's a big kill. Whoa! Foxy just tips wide. Too eager there.
I mean, that's the benefit of being able to just sit underneath this tower. Yes, your core dies, but level 3 on an Oracle is nothing to ignore. You know, it's 180 damage that you're able to just spam out with quick succession.
Yeah, we can sometimes see that some position 4s and 3s get a little bit surprised at that burst potential, even though they've probably burst the Oracle a million times. It's still something that you don't expect this early on, and with only a 2.3 second cooldown.
You just see here the effect of the Viper. I don't want to say significantly, but affecting the Monkey King's net worth already this far into the game, sitting at about 400 gold ahead of him. This is always going to be the case. I mean, Mickey is going to have to get real active. He's hit up into his level 6. He's got his bottle filled. Might be just waiting for boots or something like that to be able to be delivered out for him. Just shoving in the wave, and then he needs to start getting some kills on this other side of the map, because you can't let this Viper get too tanky to take down.
Yeah, and you're not worried about the mid hero being able to push in the tower and take an early objective as top. We'll see Quaver falling incredibly low here. Is he actually going to end up ticking out? Xingqiu tries to roll in, but a great block from Tiger.
Hey, you're almost.
Quaver would have been okay anyway. It was a little bit off the angle there. So they have Insania nearby, and it looks like they are also bringing Mickey, which was not scouted out by Radiant. I think the 3 heroes, but they're going to have the numbers advantage here from Liquid, with Koifa jumping on forward, with Cole going to get dropped. And meanwhile, they'll turn their attention straight to the Earth Spirit. Xinkyu will attempt the TP. He'll be fast enough. The consequence has been paid here as 2 fall, the Viper and the Oracle dropping to the grave.
That's exactly what they needed to happen, though, right? Nikkei makes his rotation, uses his first coil. He gets the benefit from getting... No, actually it was Tiger then, and Poifer that picked it up. Probably even better, to be honest, just to even out how that lane's been going. Notably, though, nothing to say. Wasn't part of that. He's going to take up this stack before the 7-minute mark, so no opportunity for these neutral items to start making an effect.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get involved and just kind of put way too much pressure and emphasis on top to force Koifa out of this lane. They got level 6s now to utilize, but not going to get a kill just yet when we see constantly, man. The Crystal Maiden, Liquid are always a team that prioritize stacks, and you already see that the 5 is doing that.
Yeah. Every single game, that's probably the standout team in terms of finding that sort of... Trying to make an aggressive play here onto the mid lane, but it's going to live, and Tiger might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, that he will. Protected with the shot. Oh, hey, what the? I don't know how the hell he got up on the high ground. Tiger playing around. Curse Crown still will fall.
Playing with your enemy's abilities just to bounce yourself back up. That's a
Mickey
pretty
actually,
play.
He's going to get punished. He used the ult pretty aggressively. Speed push back, nothing to say. With the setup thanks to the Earth Spirit and with the abilities on cooldown from Mickey, Hawk's going to end up falling. Boxy tried to have the rotation, but nothing that the Pangoli was able to do fast enough there. So already a 2,000 net worth lead, and this game is looking much better for LGD.
You just have to think about the scaling potential that you have, right? All on Koikva, basically, to be able to take some of these towers. Maybe super later on if Puck decides to become a right-clicking threat, but Willow's not going to do it, Cian's not going to do it, Pango, he's there for your team fight.
Well, again, nothing to say. A much different performance we've seen on the Mars so far, but Mickey back alive and drops the coil on 2. Now they're going to look to turn. Curse Crown stuns up. Earth Spirit Doesn't have the health pool to survive through all the damage that Liquid can dish out at the moment. But up to top, we're even going to see Koifu fall. And Faith_Beyond's looking for a little bit of more gold in the bank of the Viper here, as he should get the kill on Insania, but it will also cost him his life as well. So we're 2 for 2 across the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're shutting down Koifu, they're very happy with how this is going. I mean, it's only one death on Mickey, but that's a pretty impactful death considering how much space he needs to be making for this Monkey King to really be any kind of part of this game.
You see Koifu, I mean, only 32 last hits, and the factor of having a difficult lane against the Viper is really going to hurt him at the moment. I mean, I wonder if they're going to prioritize giving Koifu stacks, but he's not the greatest hero to take them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He has gone at least the tree dance, so he's able to accelerate his farm a little bit. This is definitely what he needs, though. He needs to be able to actually make an impact in the team fights. We haven't seen the Rolling Thunder, we haven't seen Foxy rotate in time just yet. He tried to make that attempt to rotate towards mid to save Mickey, but it's a little bit slow on the trigger.
On the neutral items for Koifu. So yeah, they are going to give him priority. But I love what Radiant are doing. This is a tower that they struggled with getting in the last game, and they're just bringing a little bit more resources than we saw before. But Dire still want the answer. They've gone really, really deep, and they're looking to punish. Even Koifu's coming over. Tiger's going to phase check. Innocence does have the level 6 for this engagement with the core on the backline. Mickey, a perfect angle from the puck. Boxy's going to fly in through as well with the Rolling Thunder. And the clips onto one. Radiant, the fact that they haven't lost too many heroes to start, I say that though. Boxy gets the clip. Y will fall. So will the Viper too. Armane nowhere to be seen. Not to be surprised though. This is a hero who's working on the Battle Fury. He just wanted those bounties down bot and is freely farming.
What a bounty!
He's having a good time down this bottom side, and he's the real threat that you're having to be concerned about as it gets super late. I mean, even the Viper, if it does come down to a slow siege, you can eventually just go into that that Aghanim Shard on him once you get to level 25 if it gets to the super late game, right? Buildings melt in about 5 seconds if you can get that full stack. Probably not the hero that falls off as significantly anymore. Same sort of thing with the Husker. Yes, he's still not the strongest late game, but he doesn't become addition of the talents. It feels like it was just yesterday, honestly, that talents got at it.
Yeah. I guess it's, you know, because the constant updates to the talents, it always feels like we see new ones, so always refreshes them. But how do you feel about Mickey going for the Witchblade right now? Because I think he's actually going to really regret it once the Atos is picked up for Faith_Beyond. They're going to have a big window. The Atos, the Your Scepter, without a defensive item on Puck, and he doesn't have a support like the Oracle to keep him alive, I think Mickey could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of faith into Boxy, that's for sure, to be able to assist with the Rolling Thunder. But even him, like you can see, he's going for a Maelstrom to be able to assist with doing a lot of damage in these team fights. Tiger, he's going for an Aether Lens. CM's going for a Blink Dagger. So it's very, dare I say it, unliquid-like with how many selfish items or items that are really only good for yourself there are this game. There's no Glimmer Capes, there's no Force Staff, there's no Dual Scepter that's actually going to be able to help the rest of your team. They're just relying on the hero's innate abilities.
Top tower is under attack.
There we go. Atos picked up, so this is going to give them a really good opportunity now to lock in the Puck. Also for the Monkey, just to kite him is a big factor. You know, for the Nether Toxin, getting rid of that passive. And, I mean, Troll is having a free game. This is going to be such a incredible Battle Fury timing. Armane, he just needs one more component in the Ring of Health, and he's already playing around top, so it should be very easy for him to pick up. That's pretty much going to be at 13 minutes in, and that's not naked at all. Phase Boots, Wand. He's even got a Wraith Band, yeah.
Radiant
Love and life right now.
Oh, yeah.
Just his timings as well, right? He's going to clear out this wave, he's going to have enough to bite, he's going to walk back towards the top side, Ancients and all that are going to respawn. He's living.
Smoke. We'll run into Faith_Beyond. Instant TP rotations, but Faith_Beyond, he's just going to get brought down too fast for the answer. They should dodge. Shinkyu's still going to roll back. trying to find the double support with the magnetized. Tiger tries to disrupt them. They will still get the arena off. Tiger should be able to now TP out after the protection of the Shadow Realm. He cannot though, because Shinkyu, but it's actually rolled too far here. Toifa dropping the Wukong's command, but there's no extra control right now from Liquid, and Shinkyu's protected. We'll be charging up the Rolling Thunder. Boxy will not actually have to use that here for the pickoff, as it's just a swashbuckle with help of Mickey's extra little bit of damage there. LGD end up losing a couple of heroes, but the carry is farming. Armade Battle Fury completed. They actually want to try and find Boxy though. Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, all available. But if they can chain lock him down perfectly with the Euro set up for the spear, that's all they need. As Pango will end up falling.
It's another one of those bonuses of playing on land, right? Sometimes you might be just a little bit off, you might miss the spear, you might be a little slow, a little fast, and allow that Pango to swashbuckle away. Not here, not at the Singapore Major.
Finally back with some land Dota that everyone has been craving. The viewers, the players, even us of course as well. But this is a different game for Nothing to Say. Very much struggled in that game 1 on the Mars. Now he's got some ways to really snowball. I think this yours, ideally it gives you everything you want. Movement speed to get across the map. The mana regen that Mars really suffers with, and also a setup for the spear. One of the better ways to help control, dodge the Pango, get the catch on the puck, the Monkey King as well, the Kite. It's a great item this game for Nothing to Say, but can continue with that momentum.
I think the next big thing is going to happen around the time this Witchblade's coming out to the puck. In an ideal world, he wants to have level 12 just for that little bit of extra damage coming from the Dream Coil, but he's just praying for full mana pool, the rest of his team to get a pick off and a kill before he has to use that. Be able to kill, for example, the Mars before he gets that Blink Dagger would be a huge deal.
There can be only one!
Now, what do you want the item build for Faith Beyond to be this game? I'm really intrigued on how he wants to kind of play the Viper.
I mean, like we were saying before, it's kind of centric on, just getting really aggressive on Liquid super early on. We can see that Earth Spirit doesn't have the highest mana pool, he's just gone for all-out tank right now. And yes, you've got the save and all that from the Oracle, but I wouldn't hate seeing something like a Guardian Greaves on this Viper just to be able to sustain through the damage that Liquid has.
Tiger, roll on the mark. Liquid actually have the numbers to take this fight, even though Tiger's going to end up falling to start. Boxy, if he wants to charge up the Rolling Thunder, but now with the ATOS, locks him in. It still gets a little bit of distance with the Swashbuckle along with the Bound the Strike. Shinkyu is trying to play around with the Magnetize, but the real issue is that Boxy's done an incredible job at locking in Faith Beyond around the choke point. Makes it down to low ground, but it will not matter. Or Speed's actually in the mark. Nothing to say. Finds the puck as he draws down. Mickey will fall. Faith Beyond keeps him alive. Boxy's got a Swashbuckle up. Low on mana. Finds it, but no. Not enough damage. A buyback from Y was forced out. But you take a look at what's happening on the map. Even though they trade even and you buy back there on the Oracle, like, you're coming out ahead mainly because the puck kill, but the difference in their life this game. Arme is free farming. He's having no contestation at all, whereas Koifa's jungle is getting infiltrated. This is just the difference of life that both these position ones have.
And I'm liking the fact that, yes, he's farming freely, but he's not going to just farm freely until the end of time. He's got the BKB as his next key item that he wants to pick up after that Yasha. So he wants to make sure he's able to make something happen with the rest of his team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Network Lee just slowly continuing to climb up here for PSG.LGD. 5,000 advantage for them. Blink Dagger now completed as well. Looking incredibly confident in this game 1. Do you think Liquid are ready to maybe make a move? Like, when do you think they're online here?
I mean, I think that it's more that they have to make a move as opposed to if they're ready. If you're waiting too long, then this troll is going to have that BKB. He's, 4,000 gold ahead of the mid and safe lane on Liquid. Sure, you can wait for the Blink Dagger on the puck, and sure, you can wait for the Aghanim Scepter on Koikfa, but I feel like that's going to be outweighed by how strong this troll is right now.
Radiant want to actually bait down bot. A great observe ward scouting out the movements from Liquid. Shinkyu's showing. It's going to be a little bit too late. Looks like Liquid are wary that they might potentially be setting up for something.
He's very close to his Blink Dagger, so that's something to be mindful of as well. Just lets him be a little bit more sneaky with his positioning. We can see the Viper just got his Boots of Travel delivered out to him, so scrap the Guardian Greaves idea. He's just wanting to be moving around the map, being a menace to everyone that he sees.
And he also went for the attack speed talent, so this is kind of highlighting that Faith Beyond, looking to have some scaling potential heading into the later stages here.
Don't hate it. Got that Blink Dagger up on Boxy now as well. 1,000 gold away on the puck. Boxy
needs some help, and he needs it now with the coil drop. Is it enough? Boxy swashbuckle. Now going to be able to pop and turn with the Rolling Thunder if it's required here. It looks like the rest of LGD make it up on the high ground as they just lose Q. Even though with a great vision around that area from Radiant, they didn't see Dire. A bit of a blind spot for them. They're still going to try and take a fight. Nice phase shift. Don't see it. No, Boxy. He still was able to get a little bit of work done with the Rolling Thunder. Even finds Oracle on the high ground here. Wukong bell on the strike. An incredible fight from Liquid. They'll waste out the arena, but they need a reset here as Arme finally getting involved. Liquid turning, making sure they fall back around their vision on the high ground. And LGD want nothing to do with it. But they want something to do with Roshan here. They're going to walk in the pit.
Yep, no Dream Coil, no Freezing Field, no Rolling Thunder, no Wukong. Why not? You've got everything at your disposal right now.
Middle tower is under attack.
And also, importantly, like we've talked about in the past, takes that potential away from Liquid. Not an amazing Roche lineup, but even Monkey King on his own can just do it.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
I'm really worried when Arme starts to show up to these fights. He went Yasha into the BKB, and now with the ages for Arme's almost level, just actually hit level 17, so when he wants to show up, he's going to really start to turn these fights around.
There's that Blink Dagger on the puck. You know, it wasn't an amazing fight for Team Liquid. It was a lot of spells expended for just a support game. It does give them that little bit of extra valuable gold that they need. It's the BKB next on Mickey here, so foregoing the Yules entirely, just wanting to be able to stand around in the middle of these team fights for an extended period. You know, he's been scouted out a little bit here. This Blink Dagger delivered to him.
And he's pretty farm right now. Always somehow on a Crystal Maiden, you can see him get farm.
Been really good with his positioning in his freezing fields as well.
Dire's top tower is
Never
under attack.
immediately having it cancelled. He always waits for the first few key spells to be
Radiant's
used, and then
bottom tower
there's some
is
pretty high
under
value
attack.
against this kind of lineup.
Radiant structures
Does need to get
are
in there and do the bulk
fortified.
of damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant, let's see if they can give this T1 over to free. Fates Beyond's moving over. Nothing to say, even just going to try and drag the creeps off. So they get the tier 2 top. They're also going to try and mount a defense, but just at least with the hero showing, that's enough to force Team Liquid away. Boxy hasn't done just that though, the roll. Xingqiu. You get the vision, doesn't have... Oh, rolls back up actually, Xingqiu. He'll find the pain go. And looks like Boxy now is just up to making some space. Waste their time as long as possible. The pick off is down for 40 seconds.
Who's got them hacks going?
A hell of an Earth Spirit player Xingqiu is.
Now with this as well, we saw it in the series that they played yesterday against Vici Gaming. It's this Desolator on the Mars. He's had a much better early game. He's already got the Yule Scepter. He's made a few plays happen with it, but just that bulk damage that you're going to be able to dish out, especially in combination with this Troll that's now got his BKB and the level 18, it is a very scary prospect.
Yeah, and Dire really don't have a lot of armor at all. I mean, Monkey's pretty much the only one with a decent amount, 25. That's without the Wukong's command. Getting the additional armor there, plus 18 at level 2. So this Deso, it's going to rip through Liquid.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That as well, like, you really don't need to care about the evasion talent all too much. He's going to go for the damage, considering the Boundless Strike is a guaranteed hit. Really concerned about here for Arme.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Foxy. Nothing to say, he's going to get the catch. Spear perfectly timed here with the Mars. You see that Yule setup. Too goddamn easy.
Another joins the Ash Legion.
Only 200, no, 20 gold away from being able to pick up that Deso. So we could see the classic mid-Mars gameplay where you buy the Ags, you just bring your boys around and make them whack away at these towers.
It's such a crazy Aghanims if you're far ahead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, Tiger. Just constantly getting picked off across the map. We saw Boxy twice in a row, now the Dark Willow as well.
Vex me no more!
This is just a game of the cat and mouse. I mean, we saw this early in the day with the Vici Gaming series, where they were trying to just delay it against the ages, but it looks like LGD not really going to give them an opportunity. There's a lot of objectives still on the map for them to claim, and they can just bring them down with ease.
Doing their best on this bottom side to create something of a concern for them to deal with, but it's going to be able to TP quickly enough, although, Koifa, you wouldn't want to overstay your welcome.
Oh no, into Koifa. Tree?
No BKB.
Rest of Dire actually coming over, Mickey. Nice coil, Boxy with the Rolling Thunder as well. Oracle instantly assassinated to start the fight. Now where's the backup of the team? Radiant. They go too far.
Snake. Monkey wins.
They're basically all there, but they just walked away.
Always wins.
Yeah, I thought they were all pushing up together, but not the case. I mean, just the coordination not there, unfortunately, for PSG.LGD with the last little stint of that Aegis.
The farming Aegis would have accomplished its goal. I mean, we've got the SMY now on Arme. He's building into that Abyssal Blade, which is going to be incredibly effective against the likes of the Puck and even the Dark Willow, honestly, able to catch her before she gets into that Shadow Realm. Smoke again, coming out from the supports on the Dire side. Is this just a vision smoke? Maybe trying to get up some deep wards.
Foxy, oh, the ward! Tinker one, right on the mark. There's nothing to say. As a way to be able to cancel the TP, and Shinkyu shortly behind him as well. It does give away a lot of information, so they're well aware that why Faith Beyond is solo, but they cannot go that deep here. I just saw that Boxy also hasn't leveled up the 10 talent. Is this something you see a decent amount on the Panko?
I mean, it's a little weird, right? Maybe just because he's got the Crystal Maiden and he's been killed a few times, he wanted the extra points in the shield crash.
Yeah, because
Liability.
Yeah, that's true. The Crystal Maiden providing that. I've always seen that swashbuckle range has actually been pretty valuable lately. A lot of Pankos have opted for that, but
Radiant's top tower is under
very intriguing. Like you highlighted, potentially needing the extra levels.
5, and honestly, he hasn't been in the worst positions. He's just trying to be as sneaky as possible, and these deep wards catching him out every single time. So, some good vision game. I mean, they used a smoke to be able to place up that ward next to the Radiant Ancient camp, but Innocence, he's on point. He basically immediately dewarded it. You've still got this one between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers, so maybe that's where Liquid are going to look to make their stand next. You've got the BKB on the Puck, you've got the Blink Dagger, you've got Koifa's Ag Scepter. Would be the time.
Dire
Radiant.
No.
Bringing the numbers down, sweeping through the river as well, but they actually might be a little bit too late before the team fight breaks out. BKB pop from Faith Beyond. He's going to try and stand his ground for Boxy. He finds the Earth Spirit on top of the backline there. We're going to buy back from nothing to say, however. He's got the outpost control to retrain Ahmed, though. The brute that the troll wall it is. A nice start to start, but he's able to purchase it off instantly with the battle trans. Down the flank, Koifa as well. Koifa starts up, backs up as well. Mickey's doing a lot of work on the park, but it will not matter. Nice turn, Juke and drive. Koifa going to get the tree dance on in a couple extra seconds, but nothing to say. Brings him down, the slap in the face with the shield. As Liquid, they lose 2, they lose Boxy as well, the Atos. Faith Beyond gets the clip.
Not a good look.
LGD, they forced 2 buybacks there, nothing to say, along with Shinkyu. But a fight where we're finally seeing, I mean, Arme, he's got an incredible amount of net worth lead, and when they show up, he's got the damage to help.
Yeah, and then as soon as he's back online, this is a max level Arena of Blood, so the cooldown on that is pretty low. And realistically, as soon as you've got that Battle Trance, you've got Roshan potentially respawning, you'll have that Abyssal Blade picked up for yourself. Right now, the aim of the game is just take over this outpost, play in the Dire jungle. He doesn't want to let that happen.
Zane is in the area. Mickey pops the BKB without killing Shinkyu to start. Took him a little bit too long, so they couldn't continue on for more, and that is going to be actually a 10-second BKB charge here from the Puck.
Really realize how important it is to maintain control of this area. And this is a really quick Roshan respawn as well. As soon as it's scouted out, they'll look to make the rotation through. They've got the Desolator, they've got a Farm Troll, they've got the Abyssal Blade. They have to make it happen.
It's like, oh man, there we go. They're gonna walk in, and big spike for them now. This is going to be completed. Aegis Cheese about to be in the hands of them as well. Dire, they're going to be able to mount an aggressive maneuver to be able to cancel this. They're too late though. LGD take it way too fast.
They can't do it without that Pup Dream Coil. That's the real game changer.
Yeah, we haven't really seen like a solid fight here for Liquid where they drop a big coil, big Wukongs, follow it with all that AoE. There's a lot of synergy, but it just, I guess props to LGD where we see they are making sure they're not fully grouped up.
I think props need to be given for, just individual laning prowess as well. We've seen how deadly Mickey can be in that mid lane, but nothing to say, he's only died once this entire game, and it was in that bot fight.
Yeah, and even though he bought back there, he's still second in net worth. So the Marses still have so much impact.
The quiver as well. Do you think the game detects, oh hey, we've got a mid-Mars, let's give him a quiver?
Yeah, let's just make him even more stupidly strong. Oh, the kick. That was actually kind of cute. Aster kicked him to nothing to say so he could drop the arena, whether he meant it or not. Worked out well.
Even if he didn't, he'll say he meant it.
Yeah.
Not wanting to prioritize getting their outposts back. Still feeling it's a little bit risky, even after most of the Radiant heroes revealed they were in the river killing off Foxy. So it'll be even more of a experience differential going in the way of LGD. And one of the next key timings that we've got here, nearly level 20 on the Viper. You mentioned before he was going the attack speed, the attack range. He's going to get either a bonus to his Viper Strike DPS or plus 70 damage at level 20. So this is a big spike coming soon for LGD.
What's he got coming on the choreo? Spider Legs, okay. Because he's got a decent chunk of gold. Go heard a gem as well. Who's got that one? Why's got a gem and kit? Do you think that LGD are going to feel comfortable with walking up the high ground with this Aegis?
Short answer, yes. they're very far ahead. I feel like, you want to try and get a pick off before that is, allowed to happen, because there is always the risk of running into a Wukong's command on the high ground when they've already got the additional bonus armor.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy siege. Like, look how much damage they can do from afar. Constant poke and prod. Boxy wants to charge up the ultimate. Click in, make a BKB. Like, how do you walk up high ground without a pick off? They've got so many ways to chuck out abilities from far. And now they deal with the Aegis.
They're still going for that BKB charge, just trying to make noise near him and spook him out a little bit. I mean, in the past, this is 2-3 years ago, Ame's decision-making in the later stages of the game has been questioned, but haven't seen too many misplays from him this series so far.
This series not, but we have seen some other series where some BKB usages, some battle trance usages for the troll has been questionable, and LGD in particular as well. This has been a team that have not been able to close out games, and kind of showing there as well. Not being able to find an easy way to walk up.
Walks up to a creep wave, whack. Seeing a 3-man smoke coming through here. No vision on Liquid's side, and this is the main target that they're going for. I think they're going to be happy with Tiger as well, but this is risky. He can only reveal himself for half a second in the lane.
Oh god, has he got kick? Oh, whoa, I thought that got him.
Oh,
that looked like that was right next to him, Quaver.
Run away.
Oh, there's so much space. Troll solo down bot. What's going on there? Visibly, Mickey needs a bash. Mickey's in trouble here. A shift orbs up in a couple of seconds. I think it's too long without the blink, and it is. Mickey will fall, even though all that space from Quaver was for naught, as Ame gets a big kill on the park.
That gets him his level 25 as well. You've got the Battle Trance Strong Dispel that's going to be really useful. You don't need to commit something like the BKB if you're in the middle of Roots, or if you're coming up against the Crystal Maiden. Always very annoying. You can see here it's a Lotus Orb that Faith Beyond's going for next. already not really all that concerned about the physical damage, but what the hell, the extra 10 armor can't hurt. Did opt to go for the 70 damage, so he is a very tanky prospect to be able to try and get against, and even with those spider legs, he's moving around in team fights with the use of the boots of travel. It's a scary.
Yeah, it just feels like LGD have had full control over the second game, and with all the cores getting an immense amount of farm, you know, even the supports as well is finding a decent amount. Shinkyu even thinking about another Lotus Orb for LGD here.
Why not? It's already got the 2 fluffy hats. I'm just trying to think, like, the next few key items for Liquid, they're queued up, and they're honestly pretty close to them as well. You know, you've got the extra Bedlam damage, so that's a lot more that Tiger's able to dish out if he's going to go for some of the solo pickoffs, maybe force out a few spells a little earlier, but that's the Ag Scepter finished now for Mikke. Even with those BKBs, it's not a guaranteed save, and I believe Koikfu is dangerously close to picking up his Skadi as well, which is going to be really effective against all this lifesteal that they've got on the Troll Warlord.
Couple of big items for them, but you still see Radiant mirroring them in the movements. Like, it's that second Roche wasn't able to accomplish as much. You see LGD just going to play a bit of a slow game here, probably wait out with the third Roche for the respawn. If they're lucky enough, it could be a fast one. Otherwise, this might just be another slow couple minutes here. And it doesn't even look like Liquid are going to think about coming outside the base for a contestation of the bounty runes.
Yeah. It's a bit rough, right? Like, okay, he's close to picking up that Skadi for himself. If we wanted to sell the Felling Blade, he could be very, very close to putting it, but boundless strike onto the mid lane not to put himself in harm's way. There's always the risk of that courier going down, though, as Boxy, he's to get gone on a little bit here.
He's taking no opportunities. Pops that ultimate. They smoke up instantly. Well aware that the rest of the team's going to be playing the opposite side of the map. Moving on over.
SMK, is he having to actually walk past this secret shop to pick up his Skadi? Because he sent the courier back immediately after they showed that they might be in the area.
Oh, they got to be so careful.
No.
Sanya might have got a little bit of vision there, actually. Unless the nighttime factor on Mikke. There we go. That nighttime's going to help out for him. Wait for TP. That's a long TP. Oh no, Koifa.
Punk just left.
I mean, terrorized, but they still drop the arena. Koifa will fall. Nothing to say pops a BKB, which is a 10-second charge. But you lose your Monkey King, and that might be the pickoff. Finally, Tiger as well. Roll. Shinkyu. Have it up in a couple seconds. It's too late. That last sidestep from the Willow is like, oh, I'm feeling a little worried here. I better move out of the way before I TP. But that was the pickoff they were needing now. They might try and force a buyback. Roche is up in 10 seconds. Well, maybe up in 10 seconds. Let's see what LGD want to do, though.
And the killer thing as well is I keep going on about this Skadi. Dian loses all of that unreliable gold, and now suddenly he's still 200-300 gold away. You got to put yourself in harm's way again.
Oh no, Mikke's under ward. Jump in, Bishop Blade. Mikke pops a BKB. No extra bashes coming through. Waning Rift. Or Mikke is actually just going to try and easily make it out there. Cute play from him, but that's another BKB charge down the drain.
Courier sitting dangerously close to the secret shop. I don't think they're going to be able to spot it out. Mars going for an Abyssal as well? Yes, he is. Just going the Vanguard first to make him even tankier than he has any right to be.
What level is the Mars? 23. Okay. Pretty close. Once he's just hit 24 now, so it gets that. It's 25 talent with the God's Rebuke. Crit. It's going to be a lot of damage.
And you can see that's why, we're seeing a lot more of these defensive items come into play. You've got the Aeon Disc being queued up by Boxy. He is tired of being soloed before anything can happen this game.
Finally, Skadi, though. That's something you've been bringing up. At least he's able to get it. We also have some tier 4 neutral items as well, but they're going to smoke out.
Spell Prism and Timeless Route. I mean, cut. Even they sent them back.
It's pretty fast respawn as well. They'll scout this one out. Do not Have they got any
Beyond show
wards?
himself in lane. That's the big thing.
Radiant
It's still
are
nighttime.
scanning.
Invisibility. Yes.
At least they're smoking with vision right now. So they're going to be able to place a couple of wards for Insania. Drops running around the secret shop. But Radiant are completely controlling the opposite side of the map.
Valuable
These are-
items here, though. Minnow
They're
Horn,
big.
Leveler.
They're not going to think about it, right? They are.
I think they have to. This is an all-or-nothing play, but I feel like LGD, they know it's happening. Jinku's in the area.
What?
No.
They're going to see Mars is invis, but they've got a sentry. Can they bring him down to start? Coil drop with the BKB arena as well. Dire looks like just trying to disengage up to the middle of the side. Radiant aren't completely grouped up at the moment. A bit of a wonky way for the team fight to continue. So Arena down, but Coil wasted as well. Roche about a half HP. Either team on the opposite side here. Dire on Radiant, Radiant on Dire.
Arme could still swift blink forward. Swift blink Abyssal.
They can force that BKB early. Both have got to be careful. Inside the rope, it pops the BKB. Arme doesn't want to use it now with the Abyssal play. But where's the extra support coming through from Liquid? Quaver pump faking the ultimate. But the BKB wasted here from the troll. Still continuing. High ground is king. Need the vision, need the high ground.
They were trying to do it when they were pushing the base, but they've managed to succeed around the Roche pit. No BKBs left on the key targets.
They could actually just commit for the Roche with the Wukongs. They're going to try it. Balance out. Mars, pretty goddamn tanky. She can the kick out. But the massive play. Quaver, he loses the Wukong's command, but now with terrorized Arme, he's in. Battle trade pop. Do they have the extra control? Quaver trying to get a little bit of distance away, but Arme is locked on his target. Once again, Boxy, it's such an important ultimate, but it will not matter. Arena drop, controlling Liquid. They lose them all. Buybacks forced out here, but Arme reigns supreme. He's going to try and get the control. Mickey, nice call for the Atos. He's there. Puck down and done with Shin-Q. Triple kill. An incredible fight there from the Earth Spirit. They want more blood as well. A massive fight for the Roche Pit. But Liquid, these are a lot of diebacks coming out. They're just feeding their life one after the other.
The last gasp effort. I think even them, I feel like they feel like this is long gone. They never want to give up. They never want to surrender, but it's a little too far gone at this point. With all those kills as well, you've got nothing to say. Having picked up his level 25 and the Abyssal Blade, and you've even got a BKB now on Jin-Q. What a player, just being able to save that Mars from all the initial bursts coming through.
And kicking the monkey out of the Wukongs. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, that's team fight winning stuff there.
Yeah.
An incredible fight from LGD. And now Liquid 3 down, no buybacks available for them.
They have
They
the
still
big
up
base on LGD, and they still won that fight. I don't want to say entirely because of Jin-Q, but damn, he has a big part of it.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks.
Just a casual 1,000 damage with you guys' review.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just
Dire's top
nothing
tower
fancy.
has fallen.
Just a Mars.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Two full
Dire's
sets
top
of racks. No
barracks has
tier 2 down bots, so they're easily going to be able to sweep down and try and get Megas. Liquid. One remaining
fallen.
defense.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
All the
attack.
boys are back up.
K behind though.
Can they do it?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Are they going to give them the respect? Jump in, Abyssal Blade, stops the Wukongs,
Lot of damage.
locked onto Quaver, another bash coming through, they're not going to be able to get the Wukongs off, Queen finally, but Arme, he can man fight, oh yes he can, 4 down, G's are dropped in Liquid, they will finally lose a map to LGD.
It was a long one, but it felt like a bit of a foregone conclusion after a certain point. The amount of space the rest of the team was able to make for Arme, I thought it was a great Viper pick to be able to finish off the draft, and potentially just going back to that laning stage matchups, right? Like, yes, Mickey Puck is a fantastic thing to have in your arsenal, but I feel like you needed that flexibility to be able to change things up a little bit to make sure that you weren't resigning Monkey to the fact that he was going to have a horrible
Prepare for battle.
Both tops as well, John. I'm expecting a very close matchup between these two.
Prepare for battle.
Both tops as well, John. I'm expecting a very close matchup between these two. A lot of these players in LGD, I just love watching them. Faith Beyond, Sing Q, always very fun to watch. Why? Still got Arme around from the old days of LGD. Still in that POS 1 role, this time playing the TB. One of his specialties, I'd say. Plenty of Arme TB over the years. Very good at the hero.
Yeah, he does not have some saves here for himself, though, so you don't have the Oracle TB combos. You're going to be playing on the edge for the Sunderous, but for the most part, it doesn't matter too much for the Terrorblade, especially once the BKB is up. So you don't have as much to worry about anyway. On the side of Aster, again, a lot riding on Mad to get that initial control. We're going to have to see if he can deliver on a Shadow Shaman. But we'll see as the lanes do break out. A bit of a clump up bot. I'm not sure if Aster will really want to force the issue. They're just going to hold that high ground Varus as well.
The dusk is always
They ain't let him. They're going to show up. This could be dangerous. Sing Q has not been spotted yet. Monet right next to him. They can smell each other right now. Now he goes in with the tag team. But this could be kind of bad as he wants to back out. Wasn't expecting two there. Beyond for a second just in case. They are going to still have 3 heroes at this bot lane. Looks like Y is going to stick around to try and help out for a first blood attempt. Obviously with the Astral Spirit bonus damage and movement speed you get, you can easily help with the damage output. No, he just gets the Astral Spirit, get the damage through the map, he's going to TP right back out. Not going to bother waiting around for a tag team attempt.
Well, it's an easy way to just stabilize your top lane immediately for Y once the Spirit comes in. You can start to harass out Mad. You're going to have a lot more right-click damage compared to the Shadow Shaman. The bot lane's still going to hold steady. SNQ trying to be aggressive with that tag team. But Lanham, as you mentioned, he's got a lot of good starting armor. You can try to slow them down with a Lucent Beam. It's going to take some levels here for LGD to get their full aggression up.
Certainly will be. Of course, over in the mid lane as well, you've got White up against nothing to say. So far, White having a great old time on the Void Spirit. Nothing to say. Just trailing behind by 1 CS. Not too big of a deal for the puck. He'll catch up. So it does seem like it's going to be one of those rather even lanes between the Void Spirit and the puck. Maybe as the levels go up, you do see a bit more kill potential. For now, at least, they are just going to be focusing on CS, of course.
Yeah. It's just going to be steady. You can kind of see slightly more farm coming out for White Album. Nothing to say. Holding on. I mean, he's got the creep wave under his tower. Should be able to close that gap relatively soon. Power runes can be key for both sides. And White Album just being slightly above an EXP could help him as well, especially if he lands his level 5, level 6 timing just slightly faster. Could be a kill off waiting to happen. We'll have to see as the supports up top. Of course, the last lane. You've got Mad in that Shadow Shaman. You've got XXS on the Magnus up against Y and the Elder Titan and Ame on that Terrorblade. They are applying a lot of harassment out. Ame's not really being slowed down by farm. When Metamorphosis is up,
oh, nice skewer. That's a great skewer there from XXS. Just waiting for that perfect moment, and now Y is in a very awkward position. But luckily for him, Mad, he is just a slither of XP off level 2, so he cannot cancel the TP away. And XXS, he wasn't even going to bother. He wants to make sure that he's around to make Ame's life as hard as possible.
And every time Metamorphosis is down, Ame just has a hard time trading. Mad comes in with his right clicks. It is a dual melee lane while Metamorphosis is down, so Y has to really work himself to gap close and get some hits off. And there's enough room there for the Shadow Shaman to really just dance around. There is a really good forward ward here from Y, so you can contest the pulse and just at least prevent that from happening here from the side of Aster.
Bot lane, Faith Beyond being slowed up. Lan he has a Lucent Beam to slow him down a little bit. It's not going to be quite enough though. Faith, he'll turn right back around for a Crypt Swarm. Lane's just getting a little bit more aggressive as time goes on. Only a matter of time before that first one comes out. In fact, Mad has been stomped. Ame not actually going to go for the kill attempt. A little bit afraid of the skewer from XXS. Will respect the Magnus.
Yeah, and that was a pretty good hiding spot from Mad as well. He broke vision just long enough to not get right click down. So managing to buy himself enough time, saves himself, is going to have to walk home to reset. But that is some space for XXX to just try and harass out. Ame by himself, though, isn't going to be feeling too threatened by a solo mag, so should be steady build-up anyway for the Terrorblade. And Ame is still finding his last hits, 25-10 early on, slightly ahead of even the Troll. That does set the pace quite nicely here for the side of LGD.
Oh, power rune securing here from Mad. He actually TP'd mid to get the full bottle to White, and then even gets lucky with the top power rune. Very unfortunate stuff for Nothing to Say, but he is going to have some assistance coming in from White to fill up his bottle. He won't be left in the dark. Meanwhile, top lane, Ame going to try and get started on XXS, but there's your shackles out from Mad. It's not going to be, it is actually going to be enough to save the day for the Magnus.
Radiant's
and
middle
Ame,
tower is under attack.
of course, he's just going to get right back to farming. Speaking of Ame, John, top of the CS board at 28-10. Having a great time.
Yeah, he's just not slowing down at all. There's only so much the Magnus can do, even while Metamorphosis is down. If your Shadow Shaman's not around, hard to trade against a Terrorblade. Lots of armor. You don't really have enough damage on the Magnus to zone him out just yet. And LGD, again, it's a slower game. Bounty runes are coming up. Looks like both sides will just trade even. 2 for 2 so far. Not much excitement as they're playing on edge, but not far enough to find first blood yet.
Mid lane, Coil is there on the Void Spirit. They have the tag team. Is it going to last long enough? The snowball is there in SyncQ. Sets up the first blood in the mid lane. They'll try to turn now with a rotation from Lan M. But it's just the level 3 Luna. There's only so much he can do. Good rotation there from our Tusk.
Yeah, just on point play. Again, it's down to that level 6 timing. Nothing to Say just finds the better opportunity with his Dream Coil. The silence is just really hard for the Void Spirit to play against if you get caught. So, What Album not going to have a fancy time now. First Blood Gold going the way of Nothing to Say is big. Just nice gold injection as well. Should enable him to maybe work that map a little bit faster. And Dream Coil is a low cooldown. He can look for more opportunities as the game goes on.
Certainly. Speaking of those opportunities, mid lane, White trying to fight over the illusion rune, but Nothing to Say does manage to snag it away from him. Jump in. An astral step. Trying to threaten the puck.
Under attack.
I've got to tell you, John, the way things are going right now, it is seemingly heavily favoring LGD as Monet is going to try and go on to Faith Beyond. The Spirit Siphon will keep him alive in SyncQ. Ensures he continues to stay on the front line to make sure they can't keep chasing. But with the amount of farm that Ame is getting on this Terrorblade, he's basically having a free game.
Oh yeah. It definitely is. Like XXS, he's finding some farm. It's not an amazing amount on the Magnus. You really want to get this Magnus off to a running start. They're just not able to harass out Ame. And he's up at level 6, level 3 on the Conjure Image, level 3 on the Metamorphosis. Once he gets the opportunity to line up a push on a tower, he can definitely do that by himself. And LGD, they are not actually slightly ahead. There's a slight net worth lead for Aster, but the momentum feels like it's on LGD's end as they do go out for a smoke rotation.
That they do toward the top lane. XXS has no way out if he gets coiled. Run right into him. Nothing to Say. Holding on. Will throw it out now. Astral Spirit is there with the stomp follow-up. They may not have enough damage though. Orb to fly through, and it will end up being enough. However, Monet ends up getting a kill down at the bot lane onto SyncQ. So a bit of a trade across the map, but it does still favour LGD, as he did kill off the POS 3 for a POS 4.
Yeah, you're going to be pretty happy about that for LGD. They are forced to sort of rotate out Ame and his Metamorphosis though. Going to head his way down, maybe get a bit of a shove, but it's not going to last long enough, although Mad.
He's going to get chased down a little bit, but he has the Tranquils up. He's going to be fine. Mid lane. Another power rune to Nothing to Say. This time a haste. Which means in 30 seconds he'll probably make another rotation with that Dream Coil. and haste in hand. In fact, he may wait out the Veil of Discord first, but it's not going to take him too much longer to have that up. May have it in time to abuse the haste rune with the Veil.
Yeah, I like seeing that Veil.
He's gone. He's gone top. Forget about the Veil, John.
Is under attack.
They see White, they want the Void Spirit kill, but White's out of there. He's just fine.
Yeah, it's not quite the movement you'd want. White is still hanging around, though. Could be in trouble if he goes too far forward.
He's going to spot out nothing to say. He's going to make sure he keeps his distance. And Aster, I mean, they're playing the farming game at the moment, right? Like, you look at Monet, top of the net worth board now, overtaking Arme, going for that Maelstrom build up on the Troll. Of course, he has the Empower from XXS to go back to, which does mean he can go for these Ancient stacks immediately as well. And I said Arme was having a free game, but it is an Empowered Troll that you are up against.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of flash farm for Monet to get. Even XXS, despite that slower lane, is not doing too bad. Compared to Fate Beyond, it's definitely a better time here for the Magnus. So you can still look for that blink timing to be great. I love this build-up as well from XXS. Blink into BKB into refresh. Looks like so. Just want you to play around the RPs. It's all about enabling your troll as well. And it's just not being punished yet.
Nothing to say, very close to dying with the haste rune, gonna save the day. In fact, he'll turn around now with the coil out, and they do snap the coil. Faith Beyond immediately going for the ulti, right into the tier 1 mid tower. This is what you want to see with this offlane DP. Just the immediate pressure off a Void Spirit kill. He's even got the siege creep on the way. It's gonna be a lot of damage coming out onto this tier 1 for Aster.
Yeah, and they should be able to melt this one. Aster, they have the RP, they've got the Eclipse as well, but they can't really gap close well enough to just punish, and the tower does drop to half HP from just that one shove. So next time around, LGD can just come in, clean up. While all of this happens, they're buying space out for Ame, just still free farming, although Sinkyu's keeping chase on Mad.
Yeah, he's got him. Tag team, Morris Punch, and he wants to feed the kill to Ame, and does. Great support play there from Sinkyu. I hope Arme just keep up with this Troll Warlord. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of a group up. Y going to try for the TP. Vision is out from Y. That'll be the Elder Titan. Earth Splitter out. Onto the creep wave, trying to buy a bit more time for his team. But they are still going to be able to get that tier 1 top tower. No problems here for Aster.
Yeah, you can see LGD trying to shove in the bot, but the TPs are coming in for the defense.
There they are. Not going to be easy. Snowball, Land M going to be targeted. A lot of damage out already on this Luna. RP not going to be forced out yet, but XXS eventually gets it onto 2. A fair bit of damage now, but the Hex out. They even found Faith Beyond in the Serpent Wards, and they will lock him down and take them out.
Has been killed.
Really nice RP there from XXS.
Yeah, lots of patience to land at Onta 2. They even find a bonus of taking out Fate Beyond's Courier. So that's his Witch Blade, that's his Falcon Blade actually being delayed by about a minute before he gonna cost him a bit. Really big kills to pick up on Aster's end. 2k lead now over the side of LGD. LGD still getting free space out for Ame. But as you mentioned, it just doesn't compare to a Troll who's got Empowered. So you're always going to be building up a bit faster on the side of Monet compared to Ame. And Aster's draft, this is a draft that wants to cook slow. They're not being punished for the greed. They're not being punished for having a pause 5 Luna. They're just being allowed to build up. XXS, his blink is really close to coming out, and then once it's up, he just needs a BKB, and he's set to keep landing some team fights for his team.
Oil out, they've got the support Luna, and she's going to get blown up. Sinkyu, he'll take that one. Right back into the mid-tier 1 tower they go. This time, there'll be no defense attempt from Aster, apart from maybe that glyph. In fact, White, he'll show his face. Name not messing around, will pop the meta. And while that's happening, down a bot lane, it looks like Mad has been spotted out. LGD will ensure to take him down. And that mid-tier 1, it's still standing, Arme. He popped the meta, but the rest of his team left, so he doesn't commit. He just used the meta to farm instead.
Yeah, it's a good save from Aster. Like that small play from Mad dragging here his bot means that they can try to go for a push themselves.
Nice Aether Remnant there on White. Q going to move in, snowball out. He's caught the Luna with the tag team. More Puncher will be enough, but now Monet going to move his way in on the Troll. He has the Maelstrom up, working towards the BKB now.
Radiant's
Neither
bottom
team
tower
appears
is under
willing
attack.
to let this mid-tier 1 go down. Both will protect it. The carries, it's back to farming.
Yeah, just want that build up into your first big few items here. You do have the blink up on Nothing to Say from that downtime. So you have the puck with with blink plus Veil of Discord. You can gap close really well. Got a lot of damage off. Aster has to be a bit cautious. They don't have many defensive items up yet. They've got the Yules up on White Album. But beyond that, everyone else is very vulnerable to this combination coming out from the puck.
You're not to mention an Arcane Rune now. They make it that much worse for Aster. We go again, mid-tier 1 tower, Faith. It's only level 1 exorcism, but it should be enough.
Radiant's
They'll glyph
structures
again.
are fortified. Radiant's middle tower.
The defense is being set up. XXS, he has the blink RP, and he's going to commit it right onto one. They just want the big kill. Eclipse is there to make sure they get the Faith beyond death. But now the Earth Splitter into the snowball. Q locking them down into the two-man stop. Lan M, he'll drop. Q is still fine. XXS, however, will turn around now with Monet. In fact, they want Nothing to Say, but the puck's not done. He's going back in. Monet, meanwhile, kills off the task. Mad, still trying to run, still just kind of circling around, buying time for his team to come back in. In fact, White, there he is, onto the Order Titan. They'll find another.
A prize.
They lose the mid-tier 1, but they get 3 heroes for their trouble. All in all, I'd say that's not too bad, John. The mid-tier 1 was basically dead anyway.
Yep, they managed to salvage the situation there for Aster, find some kills, and kind of balance it out. They would want to find the tier 1 themselves on the opposing side, but they don't really have the spells to do it. Like, wards were expended by Mad just to ensure that they found kills. They don't have RP for the next team fight as well. LGD, they're using this time well. And you found a tower anyway. You're getting farm on Ame. He's rushing the Ags now on the Terrorblade, about 1.5k away. And once you have that Ags, that Terror Wave can really cause issues for Aster. Again, they don't have anything defensive up yet, although Monet will have his BKB up by the time that Ags comes in. So you should have one way to protect your big core. There is a smoke out from LGD though.
Absolutely. Still very strong with their draft. White, we spotted. Coil will lock him down. Yules is up. Stomp is coming in from White. They've got the control onto the Void Spirit. They'll get the kill. LGD not being dissuaded even from that last team fight. Meanwhile, bot lane, Monet now with the battle trance chasing down Ame. Ensnares there, but they get the Sunder. XXS, he tried to cancel it, but he won't be so lucky, and neither will Monet. Really nice attempt there from XXS with the skewer. Lan
Radiant's
M
bottom
sticks
tower is
around,
under attack.
gets taken down. That'll be a tier 2
Radiant's
bottom tower to
structures
drop.
are fortified.
Illusion.
LGD just looking so dominant already.
Yeah, they're running around Aster just now. Mad, all he can do is drop the wards, try to chip away that mid-tier 1. It's not quite enough damage to really burst down, especially since Q is here to clear out some of these wards. He's going to get some gold from that. They get the tier 2 bot in that downtime. And all of a sudden, LGD come out with a 4k lead. 7-13. Ame is starting to look really darn big. They force a fight against the Terrorblade without any of their big spells, and they stream in one by one. Aster needs numbers in those fights. They need to be able to jump in, get the follow-up control, and keep the Terrorblade locked in. Now you have to deal with Terrorblade Ags up. That Terror Wave is just going to be really strong. Sub 20 minutes as well. SNY power treads Ags. Just so fast from Ame.
Yeah, even with the troll and power, it's not enough to keep up with the Ame Terrorblade. And that axe is going to cause a lot of problems. Just having that temporary meta always feels nice as well, because it gives you kind of a second option if your main metamorphosis is down. You can see Aster now not quite feeling confident in their own ability. Will hang around this triangle and just try to catch up. They're not too far behind, however. Only 4k. They have the RP, and they're going to go for a smoke. XXS, if he could land the RP of his lifetime, that net worth will completely dissipate, but they found the Titan, and unfortunately for them, Y gets himself out. Nice shards as well. Lan M being trapped up. Now nothing to say. Will jump in with the coil. He grabs XXS. They want to make sure the Magnus can't do what he wants, but now the skewer in. Do they commit RP? Not quite. The Eclipse was enough. The Terror Wave not there in time. Towards the south, Monet trying to pop the Battle Trance. It's not doing quite enough though. He's just being kited around and will eventually die to Faith Beyond. So they found the puck, but they lose their Pos 1 troll.
Is under attack.
And Arme's yet to use meta.
Yeah, that's a really good fight coming out for LGD. Should allow them to go Roche, and they will. This is where you probably pop that Metamorphosis. Heck no, they don't even need it. They just rip right through with a tag team. Aster, they could maybe go for an RP play, but XXX TP bot, they're not going to be able to make it in time, and this is going to be a really big Aegis for LGD, sub 20 minutes.
Absolutely. You already see Arme, he's queued up the Iron Scotty straight after. Roshan going down. LGD happily taking the Aegis away. The hands of Aster. You're looking for an answer right now if you're Aster. Like, this troll, Monet, he's farmed really well, but up against a Terrorblade with so much kite ability, strong from LGD, it just feels like the Battle Trance is doing nothing.
Middle tower is under attack.
No, it really isn't. Like, even if he pops a BKB, once you get Walrus punched, like the slow is just really annoying, just keeps you in control. And he needs follow-up. They need to start with the RPs coming through from XXS instead. But Monet is always the one being caught out, so they need to find a way to get these smoke rotations working, to catch LGD while they're kind of clumped up. They just haven't been able to.
Shards, on target again, but the snowball not going to be there in time. Thank you. The man to watch on this task, just constantly setting up for his team. I love that Falcon Blade pickup, by the way, John, on the task. Just fit the hero quite nicely, I might add.
Yeah, some damage, some regen, some HP, all things Tusk wants. Allows you to hit quite a fair bit harder as well in your ult. Always have a little bit more extra damage coming on hand. And LGD now, they're just taking control. They've taken over that bot jungle. They're farming up. They're getting really big on Ame, 2 parts away from the Scotty. So not that close, but not too far off as well. Aster, for their part, working the top jungle. Trying to shove in that tier 2. Mad might look to just commit the wards when it's up. Just try to force a response out to open up the map more, but their mid is being slowly but surely chipped away here.
That it is. Ame probably not going to back off until they do finish this off. Meanwhile, top lane, Faith Beyond, and nothing to say. Making sure that top tower is protected, and they do get a double on the supports of Team Aster. In the mid lane, looks like they have started. White, Snowball is there from Sinku to lock him down. He'll dissimulate. Y looking for the stop, won't get it. And White will TP away. No way to cancel. But LGD still lose nothing. In fact, Ame, he'll just sit back, get that Eye of Skadi up, and that'll be around the time you might play for the next Roshan. If not, looking at high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they're just hitting all their timings here on LGD's side. Again, their draft is much easier to pull off. Inside of Aster, the coordination's just not flying out. XXS, he's got the Blink and he's got the Shadow Blade now. So they've got 2 angles to take these fights. We need to see the RPs come in. We need to see Monet clean up with a cleave. These shots just have to line up.
That is great positioning from Sinku. He read them like a book, John. He knew they were going to smoke on Aster. He stuck around this high ground of the triangle, scouts them out with the Observe Ward, and just blinks out immediately. Really nice play there from Sinku.
Yeah, they avoid a very big fight. Aster are still looking for that opportunity to get an RP. Like, XXS landed a couple of nice small ones a while ago. He needs more. They need to start winning some team fights here. The Terrorblade is going to become a massive issue. That Scotty we've been talking about, not too far off. Just about 1 part away now, just waiting for the point booster. And it looks like LGD are set up to maybe go for a smoke themselves.
I'd say so. Mate, finish off the Ancient stack first. Make sure he has enough gold. Never mind. Off we go. Without the Eye of Skadi, they just don't feel like they need it. You know what, John? I tend to agree with them on that. I don't think they need it. Monet just not anywhere near farmed enough to contest this TB. Arme, have his smoke broken. Sin-Q knows exactly where he is. They get the Dream Call off, and that should be your troll dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It has not been an easy time for Monet. Is now Faith Beyond with the Yule Scepter onto Lan M, and that should be a support Luna to boot. He's gone.
willingly.
Let me acquaint you with your on-demand.
Do you go high ground? Do you have a creep wave? Arme wants to, I think. He's running through the mid lane with a creep wave along with him.
Radiant structures.
They'll ignore the top tier 2 tower. If you can get a tier 3 in the mid lane, it's well and truly worth it. In fact, nothing to say will go back and defend, while Arme will be left to get to tier 3 mid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice steady push. There's no wards coming out here from Mad. He did expend it for top, and they didn't even find a tower, so got to be cautious in this defense, but being a puck down, because we saw that rotation up top, does mean that LGD don't have the full complement up there, and they pull out right in time. The Aegis does expire as well.
Hit the Remnant, they caught out Sin-Q. Hex is there, they just want to make sure he plays no games with the Glimmer Cape, keeping him alive. They will finally get a sentry down and make sure they get the task.
Live with the void inside.
If they lose the Pulse 4 task, that's about it though. Maybe Y gets caught, but it looks like he's going to be just fine with his own Glimmer Cape. And for Aster, what do they need to do, John?
Well, they've got some item timings here. The blink is up on Mad. He's got the Aether Lens. He's had that for a while. Oh, nice skewer.
They've got nothing to say. Aeon Disc, however, has been bought.
Oh, that was pretty big commitment from Aster as well. They popped the Eclipse. So Lanham's not going to have presence in the next fight for at least 2 minutes. They're going to have to maybe sit back, rely mainly on just the RP coming through from XXS. Now XXS does have enough gold to buy out the Ag Shard. Basically about 30 gold off. Once he has that, he's going to have a Horn toss, and he does. So you can relocate people, get an easy skewer off. That could be one way for Aster to just get some steady pickoffs while they try to retake some of that lead back.
Fair enough. XXS, he has been the guy trying to look out for those solo pickoffs, but he hasn't had the opportunity for those big RPs yet. It's like Mad has been caught out. They even found Monet. RP has caught Faith Beyond, but he has his own Aeon Disc. Now the Terror Wave comes in. Arme just fearing all of them. Monet, he gets the Battle Trance in time, but doesn't even matter. He might get Faith Beyond, maybe not though. Faith, he will survive with a triple kill out on the DP. Just barely. What a Terror Wave from Arme.
Oh man, and not just that, but the Aeon Discs. Just catching everyone by surprise. They can't burst anyone down. Aster, their high ground's going to be under siege. Metamorphosis is still going to go out as well for Ame, and this is just not going to be an easy defense. No RP, no Eclipse. They have no tools on hand to stop this.
They've got nothing. LGD, they have not let them breathe this game. Aster, they're currently suffocating in this game, number one. Assimilate, they're trying to drag this out a bit, but Arme, he's just fine to keep right-clicking away. He's got pretty much half the duration of meta still up. Plenty of time to get a secondary Rax. XXS, there's your Horn toss out, but again the Aeon Disc saving the day. Sin-Q right in with the snowball and shots, and now the Dream Coil right by the fountain. What a view it is for LGD, peeking into the home of Aster. Skewer, XXS, I think he was just trying to get a skewer off. It's not going to work out. Monet, he'll try to fight. This might be the last ditch attempt if he dies. Sin-Q, meanwhile, right behind the T4 towers, wants the tusk. He won't get the Magnus. He will give his own life away, but he's bought space for Arme to finish off the Rax, and that's going to be enough for LGD. Or maybe not. Nothing to say. We'll turn right back around onto Lan M, who was trying to play games with Arme, but he will get punished. Onto Monet now. Onto White. Again, the Glimmer Cape though, and now the Terror Wave into the Earth Splitter. Oh, Monet. It's not a fun game for Monet, that's it. GG's called. A very tough time, but LGD, my goodness. Complete domination for
They play it like a book, read him like a book on the side of Aster. LGD just coming out on top, and again, sort of reflecting that